I am going to now open our Hobart City Council meeting. This meeting is being held virtually via Zoom as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is the first time in the history of the City of Hobart that the Council is meeting online, so it's a very significant event. I'd like to advise everyone that this meeting is being both recorded and live streamed to the community right now via the City of Hobart's YouTube channel. I'd like to remind elected members that the usual meeting procedures apply so far, unless there's a motion to change them, but there are a few minor changes to our practices required to accommodate the online platform. If anyone wishes to speak to the motion, please just begin to speak. If multiple elected members begin speaking simultaneously, then I will recognise who will be granted the floor of the meeting as I normally would in a face-to-face meeting. When you are not speaking, please keep your microphone muted. Motions will be put to the meeting as they normally would. For seconding motions, please do this verbally, and then I will recognise the seconder for the purposes of the minutes and those viewing online. At the conclusion of debate of each motion, I will put the motion and ask each elected member in turn, in order of precedence, how they vote on that particular motion. While we appreciate that the meeting may be slightly slower and a bit clunky compared to our normal meetings, and we may well and probably will have some technical issues along the way, we are all learning to use this platform, but please bear with us as we get used to these online meetings. So I note that all elected members are present and there's no apologies and there's no leave of absence. Now, Alderman Briscoe, you wanted to move a procedural motion?
Yeah, it's probably to make sure that what we're doing is correct according to our protocols. And so there's two parts of a motion. The first, that the council allow video streaming via YouTube of this council meeting. For future meetings, an appropriate consistent backdrop be provided for each elected members. And the second part of the motion, those parts of the standing orders be suspended to allow for debate of 2 minutes by elected members and 30 seconds for summing up, and dispense with the protocols of standing up to speak, and probably affirming what you've just said about who's to speak first. So that's my motion. So we make it all legit, I believe.
I need a seconder for that motion. If you could say you're a seconder, was that?
I'm happy to second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Barakis. So that's been seconded by Alderman Barakis. So would anyone like to speak to that motion? I think the controversial bit might be, was it only 2 minutes for speaking?
Yeah, I would want to
Alderman
speak.
Briscoe. What was that, sorry?
I would want to speak to that.
Yes, Alderman Dutta.
I think that 2 minutes is very restrictive. Personally, there are a number of very important issues. Secondly, that we are in the confinement of our own houses, as it were. We don't have to travel, and we have the time to look at this in a more detail. And so, therefore, I would not be supporting the 2 minutes restriction for speaking.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dutta. Is there any other contributions? Councillor Harvey?
Lord Mayor, we've had an act of parliament that allows us to meet via online conferences, I understand. So I don't think we need any changes to standing orders or motions to allow us to do what's been enacted in Parliament. So I won't be supporting the motion at this point.
Okay, further discussion? I'm just wondering, does the General Manager want to, is there a need for us to make some of these changes, General Manager? In terms of the video, recognising the video and those sort of things.
Lord Mayor, sorry about that. Look, it's a matter for the council. I accept that this is unusual circumstances, and I do accept the fact that the video backgrounds could have been better, but I think as we move forward, we will seek to get improvements, Lord Mayor. But in terms of suspending the standing orders to limit the time speaking, that is entirely a matter for the council.
Lord Mayor, I'd like to speak to the motion, if I may.
Yes, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Look, I feel that this is an unnecessary step. I think that full and wholesome debate is really important in council matters, and the mere fact that we are in changed circumstances, it doesn't mean that we should change this. The other point is that I note that the Adelaide City Council met for 9 hours. Now, I'm not intending that the meeting should go for that length of time. So I think it's incumbent on us to respect each other's rights to be heard. And I feel that this is probably, whilst I understand it's probably there to try and get through business in a more expeditious way, that it's an unnecessary step.
Okay, any further?
Lord Mayor, just
Sorry, I think I'll, Councillor Sherlock, you were first, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to, really just echo the sentiments that have already been said with regards to limiting the time. I think that in this current climate, we actually do need a lot more accountability and transparency. And now we're given the opportunity to, in terms of time, have what we used to do back in council. So within the location of council. So I really won't be supporting that reduction to time at all.
Could I just make a comment, Lord Mayor?
Yes, Alderman Briscoe.
Look, in considering the comments that have been made, I'm happy to withdraw it, but I think we have got standing orders to do with protocols and standing up. So at least that part of it, could we remove that part of it? I'm happy for accept the fact that we're allowed to video stream, except that those parts of the standing orders that actually counter to having a video meeting perhaps should be suspended. But I'm happy to withdraw 1 and 2 and just dispense with those protocols that would inhibit us
Standing.
Standing and other things.
Okay, so is the seconder happy with that, Alderman Brackus?
Second is happy, Lord Mayor.
Okay, so the motion is just that we suspend with the need to stand.
Lord Mayor, just if I
Alderman
speak.
Zuko. Yes, Alderman Zuko.
So, well, I wasn't going to stand anyway. It's ridiculous standing from home. But I think that's fine. And the component of a backdrop, I've tried to get Mount Wellington on my backdrop, but unfortunately you're all seeing my ugly face. So I think your backdrop looks quite good, Lord Mayor. I think it actually makes us look a bit more professional. So those two components should remain in. So that's my view anyway. So.
And just on that point, Lord Mayor, I'd take that point, and going forward, Alderman Zuko, we will arrange some backdrops, some more appropriate backdrops.
And can I get someone to get my hair done next time too, please?
Okay, so the motion is now moved by Alderman Briscoe, seconded by Alderman Baracus, to just suspend the requirement to stand, and I think the other matters have been taken on notice by the staff. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Do I have to go round to everyone? Yeah. Are there any no's? There's no. What was that? Was there a no?
No.
Okay. It's a unanimous decision.
No, Lord Mayor. Zelinda Sherlock voted no. So.
No, I didn't. I said no's.
Oh, okay.
Okay, all right. Right.
Unanimous, thank you.
Unanimous, all right. Good. Okay, moving on. I'm going to just acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting. I acknowledge the determination and resilience of the Palawa people of Tasmania who have survived invasion and dispossession and continue to maintain their identity, culture and rights. So our last meeting was on the 23rd of March. We have some minutes. Would someone like to move those?
So moved, Lord Mayor.
Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Dutta. Are there any no's? Is that I'll just see if that's unanimous. Are there any no's to moving the minutes? There's no no's, so that's unanimously moving the minutes. We'll move on to transfer of agenda items. Is there any transfer of items people would like to propose on the agenda? There being none. I don't have any communications. There have been no council workshops since we last met. Item 5 is public question time. And we have 2 questions from the public that the General Manager will read out. Thank you, General Manager.
Thanks. Thank you, Lord Mayor. The first question, Lord Mayor, is from the Australian Services Union, Mr. Aaron De La Torre. It's a lengthy question, Lord Mayor, but I'll read it in full. The first question is, I refer to a letter which was sent by Premier Gutwein and Local Government Minister Mark Shelton to all Tasmanian Council mayors and General Managers dated the 16th of April 2020. In this letter, the Premier states, "It is our expectation that Council should endeavour to retain as many employees as possible during this challenging period, and that to do this, councils will need to adopt different budget and financial positioning strategies than have traditionally been required. Where appropriate, councils should also direct staff to support their COVID-19 response measures and community relief and recovery initiatives." The question is, Lord Mayor, can the General Manager provide assurances to City of Hobart employees that no employee will have their employment terminated as a result of COVID-19, and that Council will prioritise the maintenance of employment of each of their employees in any budgetary decisions moving forward? The second question, Lord Mayor, is Clause 11 of Council's Enterprise Agreement, the Hobart City Council Enterprise Agreement 2016 and the Fair Work Act 2009, both provide requirements for consultation in relation to major workplace changes, including the need to relocate employees, the alternation of hours of work or regular rosters, or in the extreme, the potential termination of employment, amongst others. The Australian Services Union and our members seek to enter into collaborative consultation in relation to any potential changes in the workplace as a result of COVID-19. The question is, Lord Mayor, can the General Manager assure employees of the City of Hobart that the management team will enter into consultation before any major changes are implemented in the workplace? The final question, Lord Mayor, given that local government is not eligible for the federal government's JobKeeper program, the changes which were made to the Fair Work Act 2009 in relation to COVID-19 stand-downs and alternation of employees' regular hours do not apply to the City of Hobart. Section 524 of the Act, employer may stand down employees in certain circumstances, requires that an employee only be stood down where they cannot be usefully employed. That is to say, there is no useful work for employees to undertake. The question is, Lord Mayor, can the General Manager provide a guarantee that all possible alternate duties will be explored before considering standing employees down, including things that are usually outside of Council's core business, but which will assist the community with getting through and recovering from COVID-19. The Union can provide further details and suggestions around this matter, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, General Manager, and thank you for your question.
You're muted.
Thank you for reading those questions from Mr. De La Torre, and thank you for those questions, Mr. De La Torre. The General Manager will take these questions on notice, and the Council will provide you with a written response in due course. Thank you. So now, General Manager, if we can move on to our second question on notice that's come in.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. This question has come in from Mr. Ben Lohberger. Lord Mayor, in response to my question at the last meeting, the Hobart City Council has again claimed that UTAS somehow made a co-payment towards the $6.5 million Brooker Avenue pedestrian bridge as part of the UTAS purchase of the Melville Street car park from the Council in 2013. If UTAS made a co-payment on the Brooker Avenue bridge, why does Council's website say the bridge was funded by the City of Hobart's Capital Works program? When the sale of Council's Melville Street car park to UTAS was announced, did the Council make any public statements about some of the sale price being a co-payment for the Brooker Avenue pedestrian bridge? Did the contract of sale for the Melville Street car park make any mention of a co-payment by UTAS for the Brooker Avenue bridge? Is there any proof at all that UTAS purchase of the Melville Street car park included a co-payment for the Brooker Avenue bridge? HCC has also revealed it negotiated with UTAS about building an off-ramp to directly connect the bridge to the UTAS Medical Sciences precinct. How much did this off-ramp cost? And did UTAS make any specific payment towards this off-ramp?
Thank you for your questions, Mr. Lohberger. The General Manager will take these questions on notice, and Council will provide you with a written response in due course. Thank you. Are there any petitions, General Manager?
No, Lord Mayor.
And there are no supplementary items, I don't think, for our agenda. So indications of pecuniary or conflicts of interest. Do any elected members wish to indicate an interest in any item appearing on the open council agenda tonight? No conflicts of interest tonight. So we'll move on now to the city planning item. We are now acting as a planning authority, and I'll invite the Deputy Lord Mayor to introduce the item 9.1. Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and might just see if other elected members might mute their microphones if they're not speaking. This is 9.1 is 379 Elizabeth Street, 367 to 375 Elizabeth Street, 31 Strawn Street, North Hobart. It's an application for extension of operating hours for a karaoke bar, and the recommendation is for refusal. I'll move that, Lord Mayor, and speak to it in a moment.
Second.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So as
Lord Mayor.
Yeah, seconded by Councillor Dutta. Thank you.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'd like to foreshadow in a motion to approve. Thank you.
Okay. So if you'd like to speak to the item first, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. You might be aware that this has been a karaoke bar operating for some time now, and this is a request to extend the operating hours of the existing hotel industry use from 10 till midnight to 10 to 3 a.m. on Sunday to Thursday, and 10 a.m. to 5 a.m. Friday and Saturdays. Now, clearly the report and subsequent memos that have come out today suggest that this should be refused, and that's a lot to do with the purpose of the zone. So this is in a commercial zone, but adjacent to a residential zone, and it's really important that the residential nature of this area is restricted and supported for what is ostensibly people's neighbourhood. Now, this isn't the main entertainment area of Salamanca. And we know full well that extensions to operating hours in places like Brook Street have come up against some significant opposition from for those businesses which are ostensibly having apartments or people staying in that area. Now, North Hobart has obviously other venues which have licences to 2 a.m. and some to 3 a.m. But what you'll find is that the Winston, for argument's sake, closes at midnight. The Queen's Head, which is further into the commercial zone and the commercial strip of Elizabeth Street, is probably a different kettle of fish, and these are existing. We're not talking about extension of licence hours in these buildings. So there was one representation in relation to this, and really quite clearly articulating the concerns that they had in relation to this. So I move that it is considered for refusal and subject to those specific points as outlined in the report.
Okay, further discussion?
Lord Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Dutta.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, I have read the report and also have received emails from others, and also the email that was sent by council, that there is a suggestion to reduce the hours. Now, there are a few points for me. Firstly, that any change needs to be advertised. And I think that is important to note for me. Secondly, I also have read that a Supreme Court judgment made it very clear that advertising processes are fundamental to any planning process. And thirdly, I think for me, looking at this particular application, under this particular scheme, it does not satisfy. And so I'm quite happy to go along with the recommendation made by staff. Thank you.
Lord Mayor?
Alderman Thomas.
Yes, could I ask through you to Neil Noy the actual operating hours for the Winston and the surrounding, perhaps the Queen's Head or anything that's really relevant close nearby there, Director?
So Mr. Noy, who's the Director of City Planning.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor, for that question. Now, the operating hours for Winston, we have got page 14, I think, of the report outlines the actual operating hours for those establishments. Now, and I'll quote those for you. The Queen's Head is Friday 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. And Saturday 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. and Sunday 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. That is what they have planning consent for, and that is what their license, liquor license, allows them to operate to. I don't know exactly what they practically operate at. They may not operate to those late hours, but that's what they are licensed for, and that's what they have planning consent for. In relation to the Winston, their licence arrangements allow them to operate from 5 a.m. to 2 a.m. Monday to Sunday. We don't have a record of a planning permit for that location. It's been a long-standing hotel, and that would not be uncommon. In relation to the Queen's Head, the one I've touched on, in relation to the Republic Bar, their licence arrangements are 5 a.m. to 2 a.m. Monday to Sunday. And the Wagon and Horses, their licence arrangements are from 5 a.m. to 12 a.m. Monday to Sunday.
Lord Mayor?
Yes, Alderman Thomas.
If we look further to that, my view is that quite clearly this establishment, that there's been all of the evidence in the consultants' reports is that there's no noise attenuation outside of the premises itself. This is purely related to the potential that some of the people who are patrons of that establishment will walk out and somehow create a ruckus in the street. Now, what we've just heard from the Director quite clearly is there are a number of trading enterprises in that immediate vicinity, and would probably hold more than those that would be sitting in a karaoke bar. And the reality is they can be walk out and they're all out there together. That seems to be discriminatory, totally discriminatory in terms of the karaoke bar application. And they have, as quite clearly was said by you, Lord Mayor, or someone mentioned today, I think, sorry, Deputy Lord Mayor, there's been an application today to change the hours. And in the event that this refusal is not supported, my foreshadowed motion will certainly look to giving them a one-year permit based on the reduced hours they declared today. So keeping it well within the other parameters operating there and making it a 12-month permit. So it's fair and reasonable all round.
Question.
Alderman Zuko.
I didn't hear the last few words from Mr. Noy in regards to the trading of the Republic. If you could, because it was very, I could barely hear it. So what are the trading hours of the Republic, please, again, Mr. Noy?
Yes, through you, Lord Mayor, the licensed hours for the Republic are 5 a.m. to 2 a.m. Monday to Sunday.
Monday to Sunday, and the Queen's Head is till 5 a.m. Friday and Saturday, is that correct?
5 a.m. to 3 a.m. Monday to Saturday, and 5 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday.
Okay, and the other question I have, would this need to be re-advertised if the council decides to make amendments to the trading hours?
No, they could impose that as a condition of approval.
I thought that. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion?
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Question for...
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. Question for Director Neil Noy. Any premises establishing in the area now would be restricted by these hours. So those that have been quoted, the other venues, all have historical or existing use rights to operate to those late hours. But any new venture moving into the area would be restricted more so than the existing ones. Is that correct?
Through you, Lord Mayor, look, any new proposal must be considered against the provisions of the planning scheme in force at the time. There are a number of provisions that relate to protection of residential amenity for adjacent in the residential zone, and must be mindful of the desired future character for the precinct as well. So there are a number of I suppose, new factors that need to be considered based on the current interim planning scheme that clearly wouldn't have been in play in previous times and applications.
Lord Mayor.
Alderman Briscoe.
I've just got a question for Mr. Noy. Yep, okay.
Yes,
so
go ahead.
Yep. So alongside the proposed premises is a pub. On the other side is the State Theatre, State Cinema. Behind the pub is a bottle shop and car parks. Opposite it is a post office. Can you explain how you could not consider that a commercial area?
Mr. Noy.
Look, I don't think it's a question of whether it's a commercial precinct or not, Lord Mayor. It is a question of what the performance criteria allows for under the scheme. And I refer you to the statement of desired future character for North Hobart, which makes specific reference to the precinct. And if you just bear with me. The Central North Hobart should continue to function as a daytime local shopping area and a nighttime restaurant destination. These functions should not exist. These functions should exist equally, with neither becoming predominant. Now, and there are a number of, as I said before, performance criteria related to this use and the issue of noise and the protection of the adjacent residential amenity that council are obliged to take into account with this application.
I have two points of clarification that I would wish to ask.
Yes, Councillor Dutta.
The first one is in regards to the approval that is sought. So is it reasonable and fair to compare the openings of the other hotels nearby with this one, which is under a different planning scheme?
Mr. Noy?
Yes, through you, Lord Mayor. Clearly, the officers are of the view that that the fact that other existing venues have existing rights to operate to 2 or 3 a.m. is not necessarily a factor that they can take into account in disregarding the provisions of the planning scheme.
Thank you. And the second question is this: would there be unreasonable impact on the amenity and safety of the surrounding use or area?
Mr. Noy?
Through you, Lord Mayor, look, it's the officer's view that there is potential for that to occur.
Thank you.
Lord Mayor, I had a supplementary question from my question.
Yes, Alderman Briscoe.
Where I got the idea that it wasn't a commercial area is because the opening remarks of the chairman of the committee, Deputy Lord Mayor Burnett, but Mr. Noy has mentioned that the surrounding residential area, where is, that's the point of my previous question, where is the surrounding residential area when there's no residents around this property?
Mr. Noy?
Yeah, through you, Lord Mayor, the surrounding residential zone land, in a residential zone land, includes areas of Swan Street, Newdigate Street, Strawn Street, Lefroy Street, I think parts of Federal Street, Yardley Street, so and so on. So there are a number of residentially zoned and used properties within the vicinity of this establishment.
Okay, further discussion?
Yeah, if I can.
Yes, Jax. Yes, Councillor Ewan.
Thank you. So I understand that the officers have just taken into consideration the relevant planning scheme, which is fine. I personally feel that it's a bit unfair to disadvantage this new business when existing businesses have, extended trading hours. I think either, and I know this is probably outside of the remit of this particular conversation, but I think either we should approve the extended trading hours to this new business so as not to disadvantage them, or we need to review the opening hours of these existing ones in line with the current planning scheme.
Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zuko.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I understand the situation of a change planning scheme, but you've got to look at the reality here. I've actually had some really good. I've been thinking about this all day today. Had a number of discussions. Been reading a lot of information. When you have a number of establishments already existing in North Hobart that can operate until at least 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. and some till 5 a.m. When you've got one that's practically in the middle of two at least, I understand that there is a residential area in the vicinity of the North Hobart precinct. That's always been there. And that hasn't changed for the Winston, that hasn't changed for the Queen's Head or the Republic. So the area has not dramatically changed other than there's a new apartment block that's happening at the bottom end and one at the other end. So it's always been in the middle of a residential area. So to define and say that it's specifically to the current planning scheme, yes, it's understandable, but I doubt very much that we can argue that having another venue that may or may not operate till 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. in the morning is going to be detrimental when there are already establishments there that can, and if they do. Also, let's face it, and again, if you've been to the Queen's Head Hotel when they've had bands there, you've got a certain clientele that likes bands and that. And let's face it, if you really understand karaoke, the clientele that goes to karaoke is completely different to the clientele that would hit the bands and everything like that. And I believe the target market really is the international students. So look, you know, I think we're really being a little bit precious on the reality here. I'm going to support the alternative motion because I think it'd be absolutely unfair to this business when other businesses can operate, you know, outside those hours. And you know, the planning scheme might be one component, but I just wonder if the law might play a role in this in respect of competition policy. But anyway, you know, I agree with Alderman Thomas that what we can do is give them a permit for 12 months, which we can review it. If they do happen to create further angst or any angst, and it can be defined that they are creating that angst, then we can withdraw the permit.
Lord Mayor, I have a couple of questions, if I may.
Yes, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Noy. Mr. Noy, could you give a couple of examples, perhaps, or just inform Council of the decision relating to Brook Street and those concerns that were raised, I think, with one of the applications that went to the tribunal, and also if you can draw back on fairly ancient history now, but draw on any sort of problems associated with St Ives, which was close to a residential area.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Lord Mayor. Look, when we're dealing with these establishments within close proximity to residential precincts, there is no doubt that we have had issues with such venues, having such as St Ives, as I recall, in Battery Point. However, I'm unaware of any issues necessarily with existing premises within North Hobart, although one of the representatives suggests there are some issues that they've experienced with people moving through their residential streets late at night, although it can't be proven that it's from any certain venue. So clearly, entertainment venues adjacent to residential uses can and have created issues for us in the past. However, I can't necessarily point to North Hobart as being necessarily one of those specific examples.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, yes, Alderman Barakis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just briefly, I think, you know, I can completely appreciate the maybe the idea that having this venue open until 5 a.m. may be too detrimental to the area and too out of line in what else is occurring in the area. But I think I do support the foreshadowed motion by Alderman Thomas. I think that bringing it back to 2 a.m. I think there are, as has been mentioned, a number of businesses just within that immediate vicinity that do trade at similar hours. And I think in the matter of fairness, I think it would have no extra impost on anyone living in that area if another business is open to the same time. And I also agree with Alderman Zerko. I think if this is something that some of the elected members view may have the potential to possibly have an impact on people, why not do it as a 12-month trial? We've done it with other businesses such as the Buddha Peasy down the road. So if the business is happy to comply with what the conditions are, and if the conditions allow them to trade and it happens without issue, I don't understand why that's not something we should be supporting. I think things like this, we can try and find a happy medium and a happy compromise to keep everybody happy. I think we need to try and encourage this sort of thing as much as possible. So I won't be supporting the recommendation. I'll be supporting the foreshadowed motion.
Lord Mayor, if I could.
Yes, Councillor Sherlock.
Yeah, look, I've heard what's been said, and I personally think that the clientele is irrelevant. However, what I do think is relevant is that the applicant did in fact send us emails with regards to changing the hours in line with the other businesses within the area. And I think, as has been mentioned before, to impose it as a condition of approval, I think that might be a really nice thing to do, and not just nice, but I think it would also be in line with the other businesses within the area, and would seem like an equitable thing to do for me.
Can I ask a question of the mover of the foreshadowed motion, what the hours you are proposing?
Yes, Lord Mayor, effectively for the next 12 months from the date of a permit, the use must not be open to the public outside of the following hours of operation: Friday and Saturday 10 till 3, Sunday to Thursday 10 till 2. At the end of 12 months from the date of the permit, the use must not be open to the public outside of the following hours of operation, which reverts to the current hours. So we're consistently in line as the trial period, and it's in line with the request today.
Deputy Lord Mayor, would anyone else like to make any comments? Otherwise, Deputy Lord Mayor, would you like to sum up at all?
If I could, Lord Mayor.
Oh, yes, Councillor Coates.
Look, one question for the Director I have, but in reading through the application, it's clear that the grounds upon which they're recommending potentially not agreeing with extension of hours, and in my reading of it, I think it is reasonable to allow the extension. As people mentioned, other businesses nearby currently trade those hours, so it's hard to see how residents could be somewhat impacted. And conversely, if you choose to live in or near the North Hobart Strip, that's a very well-known strip for seeking entertainment. So you go there for live bands, for music, for cafes and pubs, and in one sense, I think the local amenity would be to its detriment if venues such as this can't do it. But I guess I do have a question for the Director, maybe something you might not have information in hand, but I guess we're lucky in this instance that within the last few years, we've had karaoke bars open in the city of Hobart. In your opinion, have they been problem childs for the city? Have we been inundated with complaints in regards to antisocial behaviour and loud music coming out from those venues and impacting on people's amenity? I know that the North Hobart Strip, it's very hard to know impact on commercial traffic because there are already existing businesses travelling to there, so we may never get the answer to that one. But I'm just curious to know, has there been instances where we've received lots and lots of complaints from local residents in regards to businesses of this sort? Through you, Lord Mayor.
Yeah, through you, Lord Mayor. Through you, Lord Mayor. No, look, I'm unaware of any issues that we've had with this specific type of business. I'm certainly unaware of that.
Oh, look, thank you for that. Yeah, obviously reading it, there was only one representation received against, and obviously we're lucky because it has already been operating for a while, so it's not a completely new business seeking permission. It's just an extension of its hours. So, look, thank you for that.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion, I'll ask if the Deputy Lord Mayor would like to sum up.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I've heard the concerns and those points raised. However, I still feel that this is would be in detriment to one of the founding principles of this desired future characteristic. So to suggest that this would improve things, I think, is a bit of a stretch. It's not as if we're looking at taking away the rights of the karaoke bar to continue to trade, but it is from the officer's report looking at how we make this a reasonable arrangement for what will be an impact on the local community. So I will move the motion for refusal.
Okay, so we're going to vote now. This is our first vote with the new system. So I'm going to, I think there will be, I'm going to read out everybody's name, and if you could
Lord
indicate.
Mayor,
Yes.
Lord Mayor, sorry to interrupt. Look, why don't, may I suggest, I know, this is all new, but may I suggest, it'd be good if we could get people to, vote no, who's going to vote against. So if there's not a, if it's not a majority, then we can go down for maybe a show of hands or something like that.
Yeah, no,
Just a
look,
suggestion.
thanks, Alderman Zuko. But the staff at Council Support have designed a system that they're comfortable with, that they've consulted with some other councils, and they would prefer if we go around to each elected member and get their votes. So I'm going to just proceed with that for now. So Deputy Lord Mayor, how do you vote?
Vote in favour.
Alderman Zuko, how do you vote?
I vote against.
Alderman Briscoe?
Against.
Alderman Sexton?
Against.
Alderman Thomas? How do you vote?
Against. Against.
Against. Councillor Harvey, how do you vote?
Against.
Alderman Barakis, how do you vote?
Against.
Councillor Dutta?
For.
Councillor Ewan?
Oh, sorry, against.
Councillor Sherlock, how do you vote?
Against.
Councillor Coates, how do you vote?
Against.
And Lord Mayor, I vote against as well. Thank you.
So, Lord Mayor, it's lost 2 votes to 10.
Okay, so we have a foreshadowed motion. Alderman Thomas, would you like to introduce that very
Yes, thanks.
briefly?
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Look, effectively, it's to approve the application. That's the reduced application received today. In other words, for a 12-month trial period, with the hours of operation being Friday and Saturday 10 till 3, Sunday to Thursday 10 until 2. And at the end of the 12 months, the hours of operation revert to current. I did receive from the Director of Planning a set of conditions, or a set of conditions in respect to an approval, which included an environmental one, that the noise generated by the use must not cause environmental harm when measured at the boundary of the residential zone. I don't know whether or not, Lord Mayor, that can be simply circulated, or whether the Director may already have done that.
Mr. Noy?
Yes, through you, Lord Mayor. That has been circulated and is on the hub as a memo that was circulated late today. So whether Garth might be able to pull that up.
Yeah, look, I think, Lord Mayor, if Craig can put it up, I know it's going to cause grief, but I think people need to see what they're voting on.
Yeah, we'll just wait we'll wait one moment. We'll
Good
get
idea.
the foreshadowed motion just up for people to have a quick look at.
It needs to be seconded, Lord Mayor.
Oh yeah, I need a seconder.
Yeah, I'll second it.
I think yes. All right, Councillor Sherlock, seconded by Councillor Sherlock.
If it's a problem, Lord Mayor, I can read it.
Um,
I think we might have. Oh.
Lord Mayor, I think we probably ought to prefer to see it. And if you just give us 2 minutes, Craig might just try and pop it up. We're just raging to get hold of it.
Lord
I think
Mayor,
it's safe. I think it's safer that it's seen, Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Look, because of the current restrictions, and we don't know when these sorts of venues will be able to reopen again, is it possible that the date of the permit dated from when the business can reopen, legally reopen?
Is that a question, Alderman Briscoe?
Yes, it certainly is a question, yes.
Sorry, for Mr. Noy, it's a question for you.
Yes, Lord Mayor. Look, I think Alderman Briscoe does raise a valid point. I think we would need to amend the draft condition PLN S1 to state that this 12-month period commences on the period when the business reopens. Because I think it would be unfair if these COVID-19 restrictions are in place for another 6 months and they're limited to only 6 months of their 12-month period to demonstrate.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Yes. Alderman Briscoe, did you want to say something else, or that's it?
I presume that Mr. Alderman Thomas will just amend that, or that be part of his motion.
Yes, that's correct, Lord Mayor.
Thank you.
So, Lord Mayor, the motion's about to come up on the screen, so it just should be coming up now. People got it?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's the motion, Alderman Thomas.
That is indeed the draft conditions, and that complies with what I have here.
And is there amendment to that or change that?
One amendment that was reverted to by Alderman Briscoe, that the time period commence from the date that the business reopens following the current COVID restrictions. I gather what we'd do there, Neil Noy, is once we date it from the date that the government lifts the prohibition on the gathering, and if they don't open it, it's their issue. It's 12 months from the date the government lifts the restriction.
Lord Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Noy.
Yeah, that's correct. We wouldn't want it to necessarily go without a definitive time constraint, and it would seem reasonable that they should be commencing operation as soon as the restrictions are lifted.
Okay, so if everyone has had a chance to read that and is comfortable, we will proceed to vote on that matter. So that's been moved by Alderman Thomas, seconded by Councillor Sherlock for an amended approval.
Just a quick question on that 12-month thing, just to make sure I've got my
Councillor Coates, yep.
Sorry, yeah. That's when the restrictions are for venues of this sort to be able to open, because I think this is obviously a closed venue where you can have 10 people in a room. Or are you talking about 12 months from when it's business back to normal, so we're open?
I think it was the former Councillor Coates was the suggestion from Mr. Noy that when
when this business specifically can open
is allowed to open. Yep. That's correct, whether they do or not. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so if everyone is ready now, yes,
Lord
Alderman
Mayor,
Thomas, yes.
Just that Alderman Baracus is gone out of his chair for a minute or so. Can we somehow delay for a minute? He's not here to do a vote. He's not. I saw him walk out as opposed to going to the table.
I think he went out for a comfort break.
I'm not sure that it will. Oh, here he is. It's all right. Okay, so I'm going to. So that motion has been moved. I'm going to go around and ask for how people vote. Deputy Lord Mayor, how do you vote?
Against.
Alderman Zuko. How do you vote? Alderman Zuko?
Just unmuting myself, sorry. I'm voting for the motion.
Okay, Alderman Briscoe?
Vote for the motion.
Alderman Sexton?
For.
Alderman Thomas?
For.
Councillor Harvey?
For.
Alderman Barakis?
For.
Councillor Dutta?
Against.
Councillor Ewan?
For.
Councillor Sherlock? You'll need to unmute Councillor Sherlock.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. For.
Councillor Coates?
For the motion.
And myself for the motion.
So, Lord Mayor, that vote is carried, 10 votes to 2.
Okay, so we're moving now on to item 10. I think if you mute yourself, General Manager, thanks. Oh, yes, we're opening now item 10, which is the financial report and COVID-19. This is a special report from the General Manager. And before we look for a mover and a seconder, I am going to ask the General Manager to provide an introduction to his report and the recommendations. So I'll hand over to the General Manager.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, this financial report and City of Hobart COVID-19 response report has 4 purposes. These are to provide financial advice on the Council's performance to 31st December 2019, report on activities the Council has undertaken since its last meeting on the 23rd of March 2020, particularly in relation to a number of closures and the staff arrangements we put in place, provide advice on the current financial position of the Council and the impact that the significant loss of revenue will have on our financial performance to the 30th of June, and to make some recommendations, and more particularly, I think, Lord Mayor, to get some guidance from the Council as to the preparation of the 2021 budget estimates. Lord Mayor, it seems like a lifetime since the Council last met, and much has happened in that time. I do, however, feel that we have reached a new normal and the ride to the bottom has to some degree stabilised. As we sit here at the moment, Lord Mayor, this is what we know. Our revenue has been severely impacted, and the Council report indicates this with a prediction that revenue will be down by approximately $7 million to the 30th of June 2020, and that is an approximation only, Lord Mayor, and it's a figure as we sit here now. Expenditure has slowed, and we have restructured our capital works program and made a number of operational decisions, including ceasing recruitment, removing all casuals and standing down some staff to offset the lost revenue. We will end the financial year in a deficit position, Lord Mayor, but it's not clear yet, but expectations are that it could be up to $10 million in deficit. From a cash flow perspective, Lord Mayor, we are confident we can manage through to the first instalment of rates in 2021, which is due on the 15th of August. But we will be making recommendations regarding drawing down our proposed loan, which is presently in the long-term financial plan at $15 million and perhaps a bit more. We will get through this crisis, Lord Mayor, but like everyone else, we'll need to look at our borrowings, our debt profile, and we'll get external advice from the Council when making recommendations in this regard. In terms of 2021, Lord Mayor, we are seeking guidance from the Council, and we've made a number of recommendations in the report. In making these recommendations, Lord Mayor, we fully understand that our community is doing it tough, and we need to be there for our community, Lord Mayor, as we come out of this and go through the recovery phase. Effectively, our advice is predicated on what we know now, and we have tried to estimate when we will start to see some green shoots appearing. For 2021, Lord Mayor, we are proposing the following in our report: a general rates freeze, plus a freeze on fees and charges. Some rates, service rates, Lord Mayor, are proposed to increase, such as our FOGO and our recycling. We are making an allowance, Lord Mayor, for hardship rates waiver, totalling $4.6 million. And we are predicting, Lord Mayor, a reduction in our parking revenue of 40% across the financial year. In all, Lord Mayor, we estimate a revenue decrease for 2021 of approximately $22 million. Based on this anticipated revenue scenario, we have undertaken a high-level review of proposed operating expenditure for 2021 and removed from the draft budget all expenditure regarded as discretionary, including travel and accommodation, new positions other than critical roles, non-mandatory training, special projects and initiatives which can be deferred, and reductions in events and grants funding. The previously approved capital works program, Lord Mayor, has also been reviewed with projects pushed out in time and a focus on the essential asset replacement program. We've also submitted an application for the state government's $150 million interest-free loan scheme in partnership with the other 3 metropolitan councils. As indicated in the report, Lord Mayor, all of these issues will be considered in more detail when we report on the 2021 draft estimates in late May. Finally, Lord Mayor, I did send out a memorandum today concerning comments on the draft COVID-19 disease emergency commercial leases code. This bill is scheduled for consideration by State Parliament this Thursday. I seek endorsement of those comments as feedback on the bill was required to the LGAT before the commencement of this meeting. Lord Mayor, in closing, this has been a challenging period for everybody. Never before have we taken the actions we have taken over the last 6 months. Closing facilities down and standing staff down are never actions we would have contemplated, but these actions are necessary if we want to be there for our community as we recover. In closing, Lord Mayor, I also want to thank you, the Lord Mayor, the Deputy Lord Mayor, and all elected members for their support. I also want to thank my executive team for the huge workload they have shouldered. Indeed, Lord Mayor, all staff have done a fantastic job supporting our community and keeping our organisation going, and I'm very proud to be their General Manager. I commend this report to the Council, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, General Manager. I'll open the item for discussion.
Well, Lord Mayor.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
I'll, on behalf of the General Manager, move that the report be accepted and just open the conversation.
Second.
Open it for discussion.
Seconded by Councillor Dutta.
Lord Mayor, just to continue, I really thank the work that the General Manager and his ELT have been undertaken, and that also goes for the other council staff who are doing an amazing job keeping our city vibrant and clean, and to perform the functions so well that they're doing to make sure that our city is still functioning. This has been a huge financial hit, obviously, to the city of Hobart, and has huge commercial and social implications going forward, not least of all the consideration of how much we're looking at losing from a financial perspective, not only for this financial year, and it's been a pretty tight situation, but also for the forthcoming financial year, if that's looks like about 18% of the overall budget that might be impacted significantly. So it's a significant hit if it's likely to be $22 million. Lord Mayor, I feel that the most important thing is to look towards what we can do for the future, for not only commercial and residential ratepayers, but also for continuing the services that we provide for the community. Obviously, so many of these things have had to close. Things like the aquatic centre, Mather's House, so many of the functions that we have for our community which are no longer there, although I know that the officers are doing what they can to ensure that those services do continue. So look, I support what the General Manager has put forward, and I do think that we need to look at how that hardship clause is implemented, and making sure that we're supporting not only businesses but also the rest of the community. It's not just a response that should be from the council just for businesses, in my opinion. Lastly, I'd just also like to thank you, Lord Mayor, for the lobbying that you've been doing behind the scenes fairly consistently to ensure that we are doing the best, not only for the community but for the staff as well. So I appreciate the work that you've been doing, as have other elected members as well.
Thank you. Further discussion? Do I have a seconder? Did I have a seconder? Oh, it's Councillor Dutta, yeah. Further discussion on the General Manager's report and recommendations?
I just have a question.
Yes, Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, I'm just interested to hear from the General Manager as to why we're not going to be meeting until the end of next month, and why committee meetings are still suspended, given we can meet online with no safety issues.
General Manager?
Well, look, that's an entirely a matter for the council, Lord Mayor. I suppose at the moment our number one priority has been dealing with COVID-19 issues. Most other issues, except for probably the planning issues, have been put on the back burner, so to speak, in terms of requiring policy decisions. I do understand, and Mr. Noy might be able to correct me here, Lord Mayor, but I do understand there might be another council meeting required before the 25th of May in order to deal with some planning applications where the 42 days is due to run out. So Mr. Noy might be able to clarify that, Lord Mayor, but I suppose the simple answer to your question, Lord Mayor, is that we've tried to minimise the other issues that are going on by focusing on COVID-19. So that's the simple, short answer to the question.
Mr. Noy, did you want to add to that, or?
Yeah, yes, Lord Mayor. I suppose foreshadow that we may need a special meeting on the 11th of May to deal with the application for 90 Melville Street. There may be the other two major applications in Sandy Bay Road may be able to be dealt with under the normal council meeting schedule for the 25th of May, but we will await confirmation of an extension of time for those applications.
Further discussion?
Lord Mayor?
Yes, Alderman Thomas.
I think we should be very cognizant of what the management team is doing at the moment. I appreciate and echo in many ways the idea that all committees and every council meeting should be proceeding, but just as in the case of state parliament and federal parliament, it's really in the behest of the operational needs at the present time. Neil is running an organisation with an incredible amount of fire putting out still to be done. And I think we should listen to the General Manager. I for one, even just preparing committee agendas and dealing with things outside of COVID-19 at the present time, I'd be very interested in the General Manager's comment, and be open and honest, General Manager, because I mean, State Parliament's only coming back this week only for the reason that it has to pass this other legislation, and they have left it to the crisis team. And I'm not sure we're in a position to be saying, let's have all our general committee meetings and let's get everything going as it was. So over to you, General Manager, if I can, Lord Mayor.
Look, they're fair observations, Lord Mayor, by Alderman Thomas. I think I said in my introductory remarks, I don't think the staff has ever worked harder, and I think there's a lot of issues going on with COVID-19. I do believe that one thing we could do as we go further forward is have more briefing sessions or workshops with the elected members. I do value the input from elected members on some of these difficult issues, and I know the elected members are really close to the community in dealing with some of these issues. So I think I'd absolutely value more regular briefing sessions where we can talk through some of these COVID-19 issues and other issues that we're grappling with as an organisation. But the putting on meetings, and look, to be honest with you, Lord Mayor, we haven't really had too many items anyway that we've needed to put up to committees at this stage, aside from the planning items, which we've already talked about. So more briefing sessions would be valuable, Lord Mayor, as we go further into this. But at this stage, if the council could forbear with me, I think it would be great if we could keep the committees on hold until such time as it's, we're back to some semblance of normality.
Thank you.
Further discussion?
Lord Mayor.
Yes, Alderman Barkas.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll just touch quickly on what's been said about the committee meetings. I think that I'll take the comments made both by Alderman Thomas and Councillor Ewan. I think if we can have the functionality to have these meetings, I think in the interests of proper democracy, proper accountability, I think we should. I also take the points made by the General Manager that we don't necessarily have a lot of our agenda that to deal with, given that everything's coronavirus related. I do think that, especially, I think the example that we just had with the planning item is a good example that I think if we were able to have that through committee, we could have discussed with the applicants, we could have discussed with the representatives, and many times we do actually find like a happy middle ground being able to do that and go back and forth in those committee meetings. And I also think that for things such as this item as well, I would very much love to have that go through the Finance and Governance Committee, or at least through some sort of workshop, so we can discuss it and get down to the nuts and bolts and have the conversations that we can't really have in a full council meeting. But I'll leave that there. Just speaking to the motion itself, I'd like to echo what's been said, and I thank the General Manager and the ELT and all the other staff, because I think you guys have all done a fantastic job under what's been very rapidly evolving and very stressful times. And I think you've done a great work in putting this package together to try and help as many people and help the residents of Hobart. I would like to move a couple of amendments, however, just to try and get some of the focus on where we need to do and where we need to best help people, and how we can best serve our position in trying to maintain as much normality for people of Hobart as we can, trying to keep as many shop doors open and trying to keep everyone going through this so we can weather this storm and get through this together. So I'll move an amendment. I do believe I emailed it to the General Manager so we can get it up on the screen if we can. But I'll read it out first. So the amendment would be that the allocation for the council grant program in the 2020-2021 estimates be retained at the same amount as presently in the 1920 estimates, namely $1.167 million, subject to A, in determining the guidelines for any business and community grants, the General Manager seek advice from an arts advisory group and a business advisory group, and B, the General Manager undertake a review of the allocation for the Taste of Tasmania and Dark Mofo and report back to the Council in May. 2, the General Manager, in consultation with the Council's internal auditors, provide advice to the Council on how to save $6 million in recurrent expenditure from the 2021-2022 budget, and that the General Manager consider streamlining and simplifying the grant system to make it more accessible for applicants. And also Part 3, that the recommendation 10 on the agenda be amended to read, to the General Manager the power to approve rate remissions up to a limit of $2,500 $4,000 for residential rates, and up to 10. Hang on, I think I've got this wrong. Apologies, just one sec.
You're breaking up a little bit, Alderman Barkas, if you wouldn't mind. And we're just waiting for your item 3 to come up on the screen. If we can, oh, we haven't got item 3, it seems. So I'll just have to go through that a bit more slowly, if you wouldn't mind, Alderman Barkas. Yeah.
Apologies, you got me now. Sorry, I just got had the wrong thing up in here. So I'll read Part 3 again. The recommendation 10 be amended to read, to the General Manager the power to approve rate remissions up to a limit of $4,000, above that limit being approved by an absolute majority of the council.
I'll second that, Lord Mayor.
Okay, so that's changing the figure of 10,000 to 4,000, is that correct?
That's correct, Lord Mayor.
Okay. All right, so that that's the only one we can't see. So I'm just going to just
Speak, Lord Mayor?
Sorry, Alderman Zicker, would you mind if we just have 30 seconds
Yep.
for everyone just to quickly read
Not a
that so
problem.
that everyone's
Not a
clear?
problem.
Okay.
Well, Lord Mayor, while people are reading that, can I just sort of speak to the end? I think I still had a bit of time left just to go over that a little bit.
Yeah, of course, yep.
Lord Mayor, I think as many financial experts or many economic experts have said, we're possibly going into, due to the coronavirus and the restrictions that have been placed on our economy, on our society, not a recession, but possibly even a depression. I think the Australian and American stock markets had the worst trading month in March since 1931, which is when the Great Depression was. I think we need to get very, very serious about how we address this. And I think the General Manager's done a fantastic job, but we do need to really, really focus on. We need to make sure that people still have jobs. And we need to make sure that as many businesses as possible keep their doors open and are able to weather this storm, because it's the apart from the public sector jobs, which are the largest component of employment in Hobart. The second is locally owned small businesses, and if they start falling, that's from a moral perspective, we need to keep these people surviving so they can keep employing people and their businesses themselves can continue trading. But also, from a pragmatic perspective, all these businesses pay rates, and if we let businesses start falling left and right, that will ultimately impact on our own rate receipts. So we do have I think we have a moral duty to really focus on this. And I'll note that in my motion that I put on notice, there were some feedback from the arts community. I've taken that on board. So with this motion, we'll render my motion redundant. But if there's people in the arts community, there's people in the small business community, there's groups such as City Mission, the Salvos, and all those groups that help people that are vulnerable at a time when they're at their most vulnerable, such as now. I think we need to make sure that all these groups, as much as possible, are able to weather that storm. And I think council needs to really focus all of our power in continuing to deliver the services that we do as a council, but also doing our very best to make sure that these groups can weather this storm. And I think anything else secondary to that is, I think, a distraction right now. I think we need to be purely focusing on how do we get the people in our city, the residents, the ratepayers through this, so we can come out the other side and try and rebuild and try and get back to some form of normality. So I'll commend the amendment.
Lord Mayor, I have a question for Alderman Briscoe, for Alderman Barakis.
Yes, Councillor Harvey.
So item 1, the 1.167 million is the total grants, and that's to be maintained for 2021. Now, the additional 500,000 that you're suggesting here, does that come out of the 1.167 million?
Say that again, sorry.
Lord Mayor, may I interrupt, please?
Sorry, no, I think there's a Councillor Harvey's.
I think the staff have put the wrong one up, because the one that Alderman Barakis sent me today, because he sent me a copy to read, is completely different to the one that's put up. The staff have put the wrong one up.
Yes, General Manager.
Alderman Barakis, you sent me a motion at some stage, and I didn't get a chance to read it because I was in here and preparing for the meeting. So,
apologies, General Manager. I sent you a motion about 20 minutes ago.
Yes. So look, I'm just asking for Mr. Garth. I've just forwarded that to Mr. Garth and see if we can load it up on the screen. So if you want to just give us 2 seconds, Lord Mayor, I think we'll do our best to get it up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry about that, Lord Mayor.
No, that's all right. I think for these kind of really substantial motions, it would really help if the movers of them could circulate them to all elected members, you know, maybe an hour or an hour and a half before the meeting, if possible. I mean, some amendments obviously come on the floor, but if there's something that you've been putting a bit of thought into, it would just maybe make it easier while we're having these electronic meetings. But so we're waiting for that. So while we're waiting for the new version of those amendments, we might just go to other comments on the General Manager's recommendations.
Well, can I speak to the General Manager's recommendations and the amendments, because I know what it is. So,
Alderman Zuko, would you just mind until we've actually seen the amendments, because I don't think everyone has seen them. So, but if you would you like to use part of your time to speak about, or would you like to wait?
I'll just wait.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification, Lord Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Sherlock.
Did somebody answer Councillor Harvey's question, or is that what we're waiting on because the motion itself was different?
That's right. We're waiting on the final version of the amendments from Alderman Barakis, and then Alderman Harvey's question is for Alderman Barakis on his amendments.
Okay.
Up now, Lord Mayor.
Sorry, Alderman Zuko?
It's up now, Lord Mayor.
Oh, good. I don't have it yet. Oh, there we go. Okay, so will we just take 20 seconds or so to just quickly read that? Okay, so if everyone's read that now, I'll ask Councillor Harvey if you would like to ask your question of Alderman Barakis.
Well, the question will be different now because that 500,000 additional money from the grant program to be directed to the business sector is no longer in this recommendation.
That was why I asked you to repeat the question, because I wasn't sure what you were asking about originally.
So we had a different recommendation on the screen.
Sure. Okay. Councillor Harvey, do you have a question on this item? No? All right. Would you like to speak to it?
I do have a comment.
Okay.
So if we look at the complexity of the grants program, it's not just the arts sector. It's not just the business sector. It crosses a lot of areas. We're talking about there's 6 categories that we give grants to. We've got the business grants, which we offer a number of different programs for. We've got the Christmas grants, which we offer, to a lot of community groups. We may not need that in the next year or two. We have our community grants, which include our multicultural celebrations and our Cancer Council and Colony 47 and the Migrant Resource Centre. Then we have the Creative Hobart grants, where we support a number of small enterprises like Second Echo Ensemble, Constance Ari, Salamanca Arts Centre, the Kickstart Arts. So Creative Hobart is another one we have where we support a number of things. So we've got a number of different streams of grants. Then we've got the events funding where we support the Greek Festival, Festa Italia, City of Hobart, Stedford, which has been running for, I don't know, centuries, 100 years or something. Theatre Council of Tasmania, Royal Hobart Regatta, the Sandy Bay Regatta. And then we've got the Urban Sustainability Grants, which are, for research projects with UTAS and other projects. So in effect, the grants program is really complex and it's across a number of different areas. So I wouldn't like to be, tinkering with that program and trying to redirect money towards one stream of the grants program. I'd like to see those 6 streams all maintained into the future and not consolidated into a different fund that only supports potentially 1 or 2 sectors. So I'm not inclined to support any amendments other than to say within the grants consolidation effort that the General Manager was talking about, that all of those different streams need to be accommodated into the future. There's some ones with some grants allocations that we've been supporting for a number of years, and a number of bodies, a number of organisations are really dependent on getting their grants from council. And maybe the circumstances will be different in the future where they won't require these grants because they won't be operational in order to deliver programs. But they still may have requirements, you know, for other elements of their businesses and organisations. So I'd like to be assured that we're not going to lose our grants by consolidating those different grant funding streams into something that directs it towards, for example, just the business community or just particular aspects of the arts. But it's too valuable to let it, you know, slip through our fingers. And
30 seconds, Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, that's all I've got to say. So I'd like an assurance that we don't lose the 6 different streams of the grants funding that the council provides.
Yeah. Councillor Harvey, can I just make a very quick observation that I think this particular amendment might actually be a little bit broader in its direction and allow for further discussion for council than the recommendation from the General Manager, which is the second last item in the second last dot point in number 10. So I'll just make that general comment, but I'll see whether the General Manager wanted to make any comments.
Look, just briefly, Lord Mayor. Look, the dot point that appears under Part 10 in relation to the grants program was nothing more than asking the council, do you want to run a business and community grants program for 2021? So all those dot points under 10 are really designed simply to get some guidance from the council when we prepare the estimates or the draft estimates for your consideration in May. Are you happy that we include an allocation for community and a community and business grants program? We have given no thought to what the guidelines might be. We have given no thought to what the allocation of funds within the grants program might be. The reason why we've put it on the agenda tonight is exactly the reasons why Alderman Harvey has articulated, Lord Mayor, to give us some clear policy parameters in preparing the estimates. Are you happy that we have a business and community grants program? Yes or no? And then we'll come back to you as part of the estimates with some suggestions about what that might sing and dance like. Nothing more, nothing less. So if that gives you the assurances you need, Councillor Harvey, through the Lord Mayor, then hopefully you've got some clarity of what we're thinking as officers. We're not saying that there should be X spent on business grants or Y spent on community grants. We're simply saying, is the council happy to run a community and business grants program in 2020-21?
Lord Mayor, can I speak now? Or I've been waiting.
Yes. Yeah, Alderman Zurko.
Lord Mayor, when you read the report, the bottom line is $22 million that we have to borrow. I want to explain what point one's about. Point one's about to ensure, and this should make Councillor Harvey happy. This is to ensure that we have the grants program as per the previous budget. When you read the General Manager's report, and I'm not being detrimental to the General Manager, I actually commend the staff and General Manager for their hard work. But when you read the body of the report, the General Manager actually recommended a reduction of that $1.167 million by $600,000. That would have vastly impacted all the organisations that the Councillor Harvey is referring to. It would have impacted Festa Italia, the Greek Festival, TMAG, 10 Days on the Island, all of them, by taking away $600,000 from the budget. So one could say, okay, we're going to increase the budget by the proposal by the GM by 600,000. So that takes that 22 million to 22,600,000. when you actually look at the rest of it there, the general manager, is looking at guidelines to get these groups who get these grants to come back and advise us on what they want, not us say to them, well, this is what you need. That is listening to the community across the board. The other aspect of it is we don't know about Taste of Tasmania or Dark Mofo. Allow the staff to come back to us and say, well, we may not be able to go ahead with the taste. We could only do 1 day, 2. We don't know. We don't know when we can reopen. Who knows what's going to happen? So they've got to review it and come back. But the most important, crucial part here is about how do we pay back? And mind you, as chairman of finance and a person who's been in business, I don't work in business. We don't work on a 1-year plan. We work on at least a 3 to 5 year plan. With the $6 million, and I've had, as chairman of finance, I've had a very good discussion with the general manager about this. And if the general manager can look at our operational aspects in consultation and working with our auditors to see how much money the general manager may be able to save the organisation or look at saving. If it's $6 million, which the general manager is saying, in 1 year, that 23 million, let's say 23, just under, will be 17. In 2 years, it will be 11. We can borrow the 23 from the government interest-free for 2 years. And then in 2 years' time, on the recurring savings of $6 million a year over 4 years, we borrow the 11 at 2.5%, and we pay it back within 4 years. The beauty about it all is that no one who now receives the grants programs, who most likely are the small organisations, medium organisations, who are going to be desperately needing those funds to go forward, are not going to have that budget cut in half. And I've got to say, that's part of what this is all about, is making sure the grants program is not cut to pieces. This reinstates the 600,000 and also, I believe, gives some clear direction to the general manager and our staff that we want them to come back with their recommendations on how to save $6 million and pay this debt over 4 years. And that is very good business, a business way to go for the future. So that it's not our grandchildren or great grandchildren paying the debt off.
30 seconds.
Paying it off in 4 years.
Thank you, Alderman Zuko. Further discussion?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Sherlock.
Yeah, look, I also would like to commend the staff on writing up this report, and the General Manager and the ELT team, and also most certainly the council officers and staff who are out there doing so many different things for our community as well. Look, I'm a little bit unsure about point 1 of 1 of that motion that has been put up. I was a little bit, perhaps I'll first ask the question with, Councillor Zuko said the debt would now then become 22,600,000. Is that a correct assertion?
General Manager, did you want to answer that, or I think it's all it's sort of estimates at this stage, Councillor Sherlock. The estimates. Sorry, I've got some echo. The estimates in the report.
Lord Mayor, can I answer that question?
If you like, yes.
Just go to the report and you'll see that there's been $600,000 taken away from the grants program. It's reinstating the grants program as it was in 2019-20. Hopefully the General Manager can confirm that.
There was also the question about the level of the debt. So, General Manager, would you like to respond?
I missed the question, Lord Mayor, from Councillor Sherlock, because I was trying to get the motion put back up on the screen by Craig, so because I wasn't quite.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Look, in terms of the second question, well, the response from Alderman Zuko, Lord Mayor, there we go, it's back up. We can come back to your question in a second if you like, Councillor Sherlock, because I did miss it. I apologise for that. In terms of the question from Alderman Zuko, yes, we were proposing in our report that the grants program be reduced to 500,000, but that's the beauty of this report and the conversation we're having tonight. The council will end up giving us clear guidance as to what they want to see in the estimates or the draft estimates for 2021. So that's why the officers made the suggestion, so we get the conversation that's going tonight. So I do value the clear guidance that will come from it. Lord Mayor, I do apologise. I did miss the question from Councillor Sherlock, so maybe it could be repeated.
Yeah, I was just wondering, so within those estimates that are in the budget and the deficit that you were talking about, a guesstimate of 22 million, and then Alderman Zuko said that it would now be 22,600. I was assuming that within that deficit of 22 million, this 600,000 was contained within that.
Look, the short answer to your question is that the figures that we've done did not include the 600,000 that Alderman Zuko referred to. The longer answer is that we're not saying to this council that we want you to borrow that 22 million. As all we're saying at the moment, as we sit here now, that's our forecast lost revenue for 2021. Clearly, as we go away and do the estimates and prepare the budget, we want to come back to you to try and minimise that $22,600,000, Lord Mayor, to make sure that we're borrowing not one more cent than we have to.
Yes, thank you very much, General Manager. I would just like to make a few comments, if that's okay. My heart does go out to business. It really does. I do understand the extreme difficulty that many businesses are facing at the moment. And I would like to point out, and perhaps everybody already knows this, but the various different supports that Treasury has provided, cash flow support for small to medium businesses and not-for-profits, temporary relief for financially distressed businesses, increased instant asset write-off, the backing business investment by accelerating depreciation deductions. There are many various different stimulus packages that most of you probably already know, and also the support for not-for-profits for employers and employees. So I would like to add an amendment to the recommendation 10.6 so that we are not overly heavily towards one way or the other. I would like to add the word creative. So it would read Creative Community and Business Grants Program.
Good, Lord Mayor, just procedurally, maybe it's a question to ask, are the mover and seconder of the amendment prepared to accept that into their amendment?
Yeah.
Sorry, yes, Councillor Sherlock, so were you were going with the General Manager's recommendation, or are you commenting on Alderman Barakas's?
Sorry, I'm going with the General Manager's recommendation that
okay.
The General Manager's recommendation 10.6, if we could include the word creative.
So a one-off COVID-19 community creative?
Creative, comma, community and business grants program.
Okay. All right.
And then
so that's foreshadowed because we've got Alderman Barakas's amendment as well.
Sorry, I think Bill, Councillor Harvey's trying to say something, but...
do you want to
keep
talking? Yes, I think you should.
Absolutely, thank you. Yeah, and I kind of, I'm somewhat hesitant about point one of one. I think it jumps the gun a little bit. I think that, as the General Manager mentioned, this is a chance for us to set the policy parameters and to give some policy directives and what it may actually look like. And so I think perhaps if we, I don't fully support number one, and I think we need to get the policy directive of which way we should go first. And then once that report comes back as to what is available, what it will look like, then we can add this point one about once the report comes back, about adding the point one in.
Of the amendment.
Yes.
Okay, so I think I'm clear on that. So
Yeah, sorry.
were you were speaking then about the point 1 of the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any further comments on the overall recommendation, Councillor Sherlock, while you've got the floor?
Yes, that'd be great. And I would also like to make one more amendment to the overall report that we have, just with regards to the reference committee group, the elected members reference committee group. I would like to add one more person to that, if that's okay. I would like to nominate Councillor Ewan to be part of that as well. I understand that perhaps it may be coming to an end in terms of closures and so forth, but I think well into a few months and perhaps towards the end of the year, we will still need a reference committee group, and I think it would be really great to have Councillor Ewan on there.
Okay, so that's part of the foreshadowed motion, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Now, which item was that related to, Councillor Sherlock? So that's a new item. Councillor Sherlock, yeah. Okay.
Yes, that's right.
Lord
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to make some comments, if that's possible.
Yeah, sure. So I've got those foreshadowed amendments from Councillor Sherlock, and now I'll move to Alderman Briscoe. Thanks.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I just want to keep my comments very brief because we do live in extraordinary times, and there's no doubt that the challenges for us as elected members are great. The challenges for the officers are extremely great. And what I've seen of their work and the way they have gone about this business, I think I again would also like to commend the officers, especially the top team, whatever you call it, the general manager and his directors and so on. But I still think that the hard times are in front of us, that we haven't got to the hard times yet. We're sort of living off the fat of the very good years for the council. I think in the next 2 years, it's going to be extremely difficult for the council to get back to some kind of normality with finances, some kind of normality with how the city runs. So I think if we have some workshops in between now and the end of the year, I'll be supporting that. Workshops to go through finances, through staff, through policies, because I think, as I said, the hard times are in front of us. The draft, I'd be interested to see the draft estimates when they come in May. I do support the proposed amendment. I don't support the foreshadow amendments. I think Alderman Barakis has nailed it, and also Alderman Zuko. I think that is setting the policy direction for the General Manager to come back with the estimates. The dot points that are in the original recommendations from the General Manager were very general, and I think we've actually, with the amendment from Alderman Barakis, we've got more specific direction. I think we have had a lot of lobbying by the arts community, which includes the creative parts of the arts community and community groups. And as Councillor Sherlock said, there is a lot of programs out there from the federal and the state government that are helping directly some community groups as well as the small business. So all net, what an exciting time we're going to have, but it is going to be hard work and it's going to be hard for the city. That's all the comments I'd like to make.
Lord Mayor.
Who is that? Alderman Thomas?
Lord Mayor, I'm
like Alderman Briscoe to be really brief. I think, first of all, there is absolutely no doubt the General Manager and his team are rightly looking for a little bit of an endorsement from consultants at this point. But they've prepared a document while the bushfire's been on. And to a large degree, that is exactly the same as we're in now. We are, as Alderman Briscoe said, I think looking at a quite a long period of time ahead in which nothing is certain. And from my end, I really appreciate what's been put down for 2021, but I draw I draw comfort from the fact we're looking at it, but in reality, I don't think, you know, I think in the next 4 weeks when we meet again in May as a full council in terms of this, the picture will be much better. We'll have an idea about whether this state or the degree to which this state's going to free up some of the restrictions. But I think 2021 is simply a quarter of a tapestry at the moment. And yes, we've got a bit of an idea where we land at the end of June, but all marks to the GM and his staff. But realistically, it's simply the first draft of a new novel, I'm afraid, for me. And I'm not taking, you know, I'm not in any situation, I don't feel in any way capable of giving an opinion on the veracity of that 12-month forecast. It's just simply too early. It's too early in the football game, isn't it, Marty?
Okay.
Really, Lord Mayor?
Yes, Alderman Sexton.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I strongly support the recommendations of the General Manager, but with the exception of where those recommendations have been amended by Alderman Barakis, there was a lot of discussion, as you were aware, in the background about presenting a balanced picture and acknowledging the fact that many of the creative industries, the artists and the art groups are themselves businesses. They all have, many of them have ABNs. So if we're going to be looking at businesses, then many of them are businesses. Some of them are not eligible for the benefits that other businesses are eligible for. And that's been very well described by many of the arts groups across the country. So it was very important, and Alderman Barakis has acknowledged it, that we do not leave that group out. Hence the two elements of the amendment, which I believe are very important, and that is that we don't reduce the total amount of grants. If we did that, if we halved them and then tried out of that half to support groups other than those that we traditionally support, there'd be basically virtually nothing left for anybody, and it may not be very helpful at all. It certainly wouldn't allow businesses to remain viable, because the amounts that we would have to be able to offer them would be so small. I also agree with the amendment about the savings. Whether we like it or not, going forward, we are going to have a completely new business model, and the General Manager, and I'm sure you, Lord Mayor, acknowledge that. It will not be business as usual, at least for the next 3 to 5 years. We will be a changed city. And that means that the staff are going to have to do something, and the elected members are going to have to do something that we haven't had to do. Certainly I haven't had to do it in the 20 years that I've been here, and that is look at a completely different way of running this council, how we raise money, how we spend money, what services we do or we don't offer. And all of those sorts of things are going to have to be considered as we go into the future. And I understand there will be some guidance from perhaps initially from our internal auditors, and then perhaps later on from other expert groups about how we may have to restructure some of what it is that we do. But in the interim, I think that the General Manager's recommendations, as I said, as amended, if that goes through by Alderman Barakis' amendment, will get us to a position that we need to be, and that is where we can make decisions as to how we go forward. The General Manager has emphasised that on a number of occasions that he wants to get us to the 30th of June 2021, and that's where we're heading. And once we're past the 30th of June 2020, then we're going to have to start a program which ultimately will result in a different business model, and a business model that will unfortunately have to take into account all of the changes to our community and to the services that we support and that we offer into the future. So I will be voting for the amendment, and then if it's accepted, for the recommendation.
Could I speak, Lord Mayor?
Yes, for Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Look, backing up the words that most have said, I guess I'll again be quick. To the General Manager's report, thank you very much. You know, reading through it, I don't think you're trying to dance around the issue. I mean, you look at the assumption there, 25% reduction in rates. I don't think anyone in a million years would expect you to be giving this report if you went back only as little as a few months ago. I said at the time, we're here to back you up, and you've got some very tough decisions to make now, but also into the immediate future. And we know that, in finding savings, it's not necessarily going to be easy, and there's going to have to be tough decisions to make. So look, I thank you in advance for that. Dealing specifically with the amendments before us that Simon's put through, as I go through them, tick, 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 I think Councillor Harvey hit it on the head. The importance of the grants, especially for the 2021 or 2020-2021 year. I mean, that's what, 8-9 weeks away it begins. That does provide certainty for a lot of these organisations that do rely on them, and obviously gives indication to the General Manager that, from Council's point of view and from society, we do need some stability going forward, and I think being able to take that forward at the 1920 level is appropriate. Obviously, the next one along, we're going to have to back you here. It's not going to be easy to find $6 million, but ultimately that's the cards we're dealt. I agree, it's not fair to push it forward into the never, never, so future generations have to pay. And lastly, I guess just a question through you, Lord Mayor, but to me, the original one was 10,000, this one says 4,000. Look, I'm broadly supportive. I think there are going to be instances where you do have to provide remission, and in some cases it's appropriate, it comes back to us. I guess 4,000 isn't a huge amount of money in terms of a lot of people's rates, and especially if you've got someone who has a business in Hobart and then also lives in Hobart. So if you like, they're asking for remission on 2 sets of rates. They're residential because they've lost their income, but also their business because they've lost their income. Just through you, Lord Mayor, to a General Manager, when you're currently seeking requests coming through, is it on an aggregated basis, or is it on a, this is the rates notice, this is what we're seeking? And that 10,000 limit you spoke about and the 4,000 here, is that on a, for example, I might have a business and I might have my house, but obviously my income means I can't pay both sets of rates?
Lord Mayor, thank you for that question. Through you, the hardship remission requests are dealt with on a property by property basis. So we would have individual conversations with a ratepayer on a property by property basis. So it's not aggregated for the ratepayer, it's looked at each individual property, because each individual circumstances for each individual property are different. So we look at it on a property by property basis. So if that answers the question.
Yep, no, cool, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to understand what the 10,000, 4,000 specifically relates to. Well, other than that, supportive. I think it obviously gives direction, and look broadly supportive. And thank you, General Manager, for all the work you've done.
I have a few questions to ask.
Yes, Councillor Dutta.
Question number 1. The reduction of $600,000 that we're talking about in that particular grants budget, is that a similar sort of a cut that has happened in other areas of the budget? And what was the rationale for that reduction? To you, Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, maybe I could defer on this question to Mr. Short, who may be able to just give a few more facts in answer to that question. I don't know if you're there, Tim, but...
Yes, Lord Mayor. Through you, Lord Mayor, to the first part of your question, Councillor Dutta, yes, that kind of reduction in the grants program is commensurate with the type of reductions that have been considered elsewhere across the organisation. And certainly in relation to the grants program, it was really felt that if a reduction was required, then an amount of 500,000 remaining would still be a sufficient amount to achieve some outcomes, but not all, of course.
Thank you. The situation is that because of the reduction of revenue, therefore, across the board, you need to cut different programs. Is that correct understanding?
I think the short answer to that question, Lord Mayor, is yes. But I think the direction that's been given by the amendment is that we need to look at everything. We need to not just look at programs, we need to look at all services we provide, the level of service we provide, because there is that element to it as well. So look, I'm not limiting it to projects or services. I think it's the amendment requires us, Lord Mayor, to look at every single nook and cranny of the business to come up with some those savings that have been identified, and I think that's appropriate.
Thank you. The other question that I have is in regards to streamlining and simplifying the grant system. Is it difficult at present for people to understand?
Lord Mayor, through you. Look, the council's been running a grants program now, I think, for a total of 12 or so years. And over that time, the program has been continually modified and refined. Certainly in the recent history, not aware of any particular hurdles to applying for money. And of course, when we're dealing with public money, we do have to have some checks and balances in there to make sure that recipients of that funding are accountable and can acquit that funding back to the council. I think if you ask potential grant recipients, would they like it to be easier? They're often going to say yes, but we do have to balance that with making sure that there is a level of accountability back to the council as to how that money is spent.
Thank you. And the final question is in regards to the 4,000. Is there a policy or a section in the Act that allows the general manager to remit $10,000, or is this a council decision?
Lord Mayor, thank you. The dot point that's been referred to under point 10 makes it clear, Lord Mayor, that the power to delegate to the General Manager is included in section 22 of the Local Government Act. So it is a matter for the council to agree to delegate that function to me or that power to me, but it's also quite clearly the council can set the limit or the threshold. And as I said earlier, I'm very comfortable with it being reduced from 10,000 down to 4,000 because I think 4,000 is sort of more in the residential sphere than it is in the commercial sphere. And what that would mean, Lord Mayor, is that any remission application over $4,000 would go to council for a decision by absolute majority.
Thank you. And just let me finish by making two comments. Firstly, I would also like to join the others and endorse the statement made with regards to congratulating the General Manager, his team, the Lord Mayor and the others who have worked so hard during this very difficult crisis. And the second point I want to make is this, is if other parts of the budget are going to be cut and reduced, I somehow or the other feel uncomfortable with number one, that we retain 1.6 million for this particular point number one that we're referring to. I think, you know, if we're going to be doing it, it should be a holistic approach and not maintaining one against the others.
Lord Mayor, can I speak to the amendment, please?
Yes.
Lord Mayor, I think a lot of the questions that I had around it have been answered, not least of all the $4,000, bringing that the limit to 4,000 rather than 10,000. I tend to support that. I have the same concerns, I think, and I think Councillor Harvey articulated it really succinctly. And my concern is that one of the things that we don't want to do is cause uncertainty to some areas which are hit really hard in relation to their businesses effectively. I'm thinking of the arts community closing really quickly and overnight. I think that they're through our grants, which is I've got to say I'm surprised that there is part of this amendment suggesting that needs to be tightened up. And I mean there has been quite a lot of streamlining of these grants, and I commend and thank the staff for the work that they have done in relation to these, to streamlining the grants and having such a diversity of grants that there are now. I'm concerned with the amendment because of the figures in it. I would support the $4,000, so that amendment to I think part 10, the last dot point, or no, not the last, but the dot point in relation to the remissions, rate remissions, but feel that the rest of the amendment probably, whilst I understand the sentiment, I think it probably narrows it too much, in my opinion.
Further discussion?
Lord Mayor, if there's no further discussion, am I allowed to sum up on this amendment?
Yes, I think you're. I'm just seeking clarification from the General Manager on something, because I'd quite like to speak to the amendment, but I would, then I'd like to reserve to speak later to the substantive, if that's all right with you, Alderman Brakis. And it sounds as though yes.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. It's not the way it operates.
It's not the way we operate. Yep, I agree with you.
You can only speak once.
Lord Mayor, you can speak.
General Manager.
Can I just be clear, Lord Mayor, what are you seeking to do?
Oh, look, I just wanted to make some very general comments on the amendment, which is quite a lot of issues have been raised in that, but I was going to speak briefly on that. But then I did want to speak on the substantive motion again, because there's so much in it. Once we've determined the resolution on the amendment, that was all. Otherwise, I'll wait till the end.
Lord Mayor, I suggest you speak to the amendment, and then once we get back to the substantive item, you can address us then again.
Okay, thank you.
Question to the General Manager. Is that possible for all of us to speak after an amendment's put?
Well, I think what I don't know if the amendment was going to be put at that point, but I'm just saying if the Lord Mayor wanted to make some comments about the substantive motions, you might want to do it in the context of the amendment.
That's what I would have thought.
Exactly what I would have thought as well, General Manager.
And that's what I just said, Lord Mayor.
Sorry,
Okay.
General Manager. Sorry, point of clarification. The way you put it is the Lord Mayor could speak to the amendment and then re-speak after the amendment's put on the substantive motion. The process is the process. Once the motion is put and there is an amendment, you speak to both at the same time.
And Lord Mayor, what I'm saying in clarifying what I'm saying now is that is the case. The Lord Mayor can speak to the amendment, and what I suggest, Lord Mayor, in speaking to the amendment, you also make some comments about the substantive motion. Sorry about the uncertainty, Lord Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Before I do that, I'd also just like to clarify with Alderman Brakis, probably. It sounds as though people would like to vote on the items one by one. It sounds though some people wanted to vote on 1, 2, 3 separately. Is everyone comfortable with that?
No, I think it's a package deal in my view. I think it's I suppose it's also up to the seconder, but I'm not comfortable with that, Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor.
Have I got a seconder? Sorry. Who was the seconder?
For
it was
what?
Alderman Sexton, yes.
I'm the seconder, Lord Mayor.
Yeah, I thought it was Alderman Zuko.
Oh, Alderman Zuko. Okay, sure.
I'm with Alderman Brakis.
A question, Councillor Dutta, or a comment?
Well, the question was, I'll be very comfortable if it's, if we vote on it separately, because there are a number of points that I want to vote for. But if it's in a package, then it'll put me in a different position.
Lord Mayor, can I assist?
Yes, thank you, General Manager.
I think it's quite open for you to accept a motion that the amendment be put in in parts. So if someone was prepared to move that and second it, that is a motion then before the council, and then it needs to be voted on. So if it is the wish of the council to deal with the amendment in parts, that is a matter for the council, provided there's a motion before you to that effect.
Okay.
I move that the motion be dealt in parts.
Okay, I need a seconder for that.
Second that, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutt has already spoken, so you can't move an amendment, a motion or amendment. He's already spoken.
Okay, so
Lord Mayor hasn't spoken.
I'll move the motion that we divided up.
do it in parts. Okay, and seconded by Councillor Sherlock. Okay, so we have that in parts. Is there anyone who would like to speak to any of the sorry. But sorry, are there any further, because I think basically at this point, if you don't say anything now on either the amendment or the substantive motion, there's nothing, there's no other opportunity to do so. So does anyone else like to speak to either the amendment or the substantive motion who hasn't spoken?
Lord Mayor, Peter Sexton, I just want to understand. I want to understand what it is that we're asking. So there have been several comments about voting on the motion separately. Are we talking about voting on the motion by part, or are we just talking about the amendment by part?
The amendment by part.
Okay, so that's not what was said.
Okay, sorry. The amendment by part. So that's a motion that we have. Then we actually have the amendment, and then we have the substantive. So we'll have 3 votes coming up. But if anyone has any further comments on any of those items.
I just have a question, Lord Mayor.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Councillor Sherlock.
Thank you. Just with regards to that point 1 of the motion, could perhaps the director tell us what would be cut? So there's to me there was 2 separate pools. So I am asking my question, but to me there was 2 separate pools of money. It was this financial year and it was next financial year. So this particular amendment actually refers to the next financial year. And so within that financial year, what would be, we are unaware, or we are aware of things that would be cut?
General Manager.
I can defer to Mr. Short on this answer, Lord Mayor, but I think the short answer to the question is no, we're not. All we were seeking to do, Lord Mayor, is come to the council and get some guidance on what they wanted us to do with a community and business grants program in 2021. And I think the amendment has given us some excellent guidance, Lord Mayor. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, thank you very much, General Manager. And because we are not aware of what particular grants are available or have for the next financial year, we don't know what we will be particularly cutting. Is that correct?
Look, as we sit here at the moment, Lord Mayor, that is a correct statement. What we would be proposing to do once we've got a decision tonight is come back to the council in May, and maybe through a workshop first, Lord Mayor, to talk about the grants program for 2021. But tonight's about getting the guidance, Law, not actually crafting the actual program itself.
Yes, fabulous. And so just one more final question there, General Manager. So it is basically not to get buried in who gets what, but to set a policy. So because we don't actually have a proper framework at present of who will be getting what, we are not aware of it, as you just mentioned. Is that correct?
Lord Mayor, that is absolutely correct. And when, as I said to you before, I know I'm repeating myself, but when we come back to you in May or with the draft estimates, that's when we'll put the meat on the bone, so to speak, as to where the grants are proposed to go.
Yes, thank you very much, General Manager.
Okay, so we will vote in just a minute, but if I would just like to make a few comments on the amendments and also the substantive motion. I just wanted to say that the report is very much a compilation of an incredible period in Hobart's history. We've had to change and adapt so quickly to this, just as our community and the business community have had to as well. While we've been trying to assist, and I think have done a really good job of assisting the community as they've gone through this shock and disruption. The organisation itself has also had to deal with some incredibly difficult headwinds, and this report, I think, captures all of that really well for the community, so we can explain to them that we are there, and we are certainly working to make to do what we can to make life easier and to help them through this crisis, but that we unfortunately have our own vulnerabilities as a business, and it does articulate that very well. I mean, the fact that we could basically see a $10 million loss in 3 months was never expected, and we're going to have to deal with it. You know, the city is struggling, and we do have to be incredibly careful in order to ensure that we do stay as a sustainable and viable organisation, and it is that serious. You know, we are very vulnerable. The report articulates the vulnerability from the parking business. We've got the largest commercial sector in the state, and you know, we have already existing debt, and there is an expectation that local government will go into debt to help our community, but there are limits to that, and I think everyone on the council, my impression is that you understand that, and you don't want to see that go on and grow too big that it's unsustainable and hangs around the neck of the city for decades to come. But I also just want to say that these difficulties, our vulnerabilities, do not indicate that this has been a badly run organisation, or that we've run our finances in a bad way, which some people might think that we're in a crisis because things haven't been done well before. That is not the case. This has been an incredibly well-run organisation for a very, very long time, but these particular vulnerabilities make the city of Hobart possibly one of the most affected local government areas in the state from this particular crisis. So I just wanted to make those points. I think the report and the principles that we're signing off on are really important ones, both for the management team, but also for our community. We are committing in principle to freezing rates in 2021. We're outlining that we will be providing support for people and businesses that can show hardship, and I understand that our team have been doing that already. About 300 applications have come in just in the last few weeks, so that work is already happening. I support the amendment because I do think we have to give the General Manager some direction that we unfortunately will need to have expenditure cuts. But I also support the fact that the little bit of resources that the council can invest in really good community and business and cultural initiatives actually is a fantastic contribution that we can make to enlivening our city and to the business and the economy and the life of our city. And so those amendments I do support. So I think they are my main comments, but yeah, this is just the start of what will be a very long process, but I do think the report and the principles that we're signing off on tonight will stand us in good stead for the next few months at least. Thank you. Okay, so Alderman Barakis, did you want to wrap up on your amendment?
Yes, please, Lord Mayor. And I'll just start by taking on one of the comments that you made, that, you know, as you said, Hobart has the largest commercial sector in the state, and that's why we're probably the most affected in the state. But I think that also reflects why we need to make sure that our commercial sector is able to continue on. I know there has been some comments that have been made, not specifically by any elected members, but more generally, that, you know, talking about businesses and talking about the economy is just economics. But there is a human factor to the economics. The economy is made up of people, and this is something that we do need to, you know, whenever we talk about economics, we're talking about people's jobs, we talk about people's livelihoods. When, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but when there's time like such as the GFC, the suicide rate went skyrocketing through the roof. There is a human cost to all of this, and ultimately, whilst we do need to prioritise the health impact of it immediately, we can't just denounce the economics of it as simply one thing that doesn't matter. It does have a very large human cost. I will note that as Alderman Sexton said, this amendment was came as part of, it came after my motion that I put on notice earlier, and it's arisen out of that after feedback from the arts community, after feedback from elected members such as Alderman Zuko and Alderman Sexton, because there were some organisations that were inadvertently excluded. And I'll make in response to Councillor Harvey, there's nothing in the motion that's intended on excluding any particular sector. It's more just that we do need to get real about what our priorities are as a council. There's we need to make sure that there are the community groups, the Colony 47s, the city missions, salvos, Headspace, as well as the small locally owned businesses that are employing people, are able to continue getting through this, but including sole traders that take up artists, the creative community, the arts sector. It is really important that these organisations, these groups, these businesses that make up such a large part of our city, its culture and its economy, are able to get through this, because if we come out the other end of this and a large number of them have lost their ability to continue operating, whether it's the community groups or the businesses, we will have a huge difficulties even as a council, but more so as a community, in bouncing back from all of this. And I know there's been a lot of referral to the council being a business, but I think we are a tier of government, and it's the responsibility of us as
30 seconds, Alderman Brackus.
Third tier of government to bear the brunt of this as much as possible, while still being able to keep our services and keep delivering the services that we need. So just to finish up quickly, I think in response to Councillor Sherlock's comments, yes, we are. This motion is completely intended on setting the policy direction for the budget estimates, and that's just what this motion seeks to do, and that's what these reference groups are set to help set the policy and help set the trajectory for our budget for the coming year.
Thanks, Alderman Brackus. Okay, so first amendment I have, first procedural motion I have is that the item be taken in parts. That was moved by Councillor Ewan, second by Councillor Sherlock. So we've got 3 parts to the motion, so that would be to take them in the 3 parts. All those in favour of doing that, say aye. Oh, sorry, no, I can't do that. Sorry, I've got to come round to you all. Okay, I'm going to come round to all of you and say whether you support the motion to do it in 3 parts, to vote on it in 3 parts. Deputy Lord Mayor?
In favour.
What was that, sorry?
In favour, Lord Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Zuko, how do you vote?
No, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Briscoe, how do you vote?
Against that motion.
Sorry, Alderman Briscoe, couldn't hear that.
Against that motion.
Okay. Alderman Sexton, how do you vote?
Against.
Alderman Thomas, how do you vote?
Against.
Alderman Baracus, how do you vote?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta, how do you vote? Councillor Dutta?
For.
Sorry, Councillor Harvey, how do you vote?
For.
Councillor Ewan, how do you vote?
For.
Councillor Sherlock, how do you vote?
For.
Councillor Coates, how do you vote?
Against.
Lord Mayor, how do I vote? I am for voting for it in parts.
Lord Mayor, may I just declare that vote? It was 6-6, so it's lost.
Okay, so now we have the amendment that's up on the screens in front of everyone. So we have to vote for that as one. So I'm going to put that and ask again how you vote. So Deputy Lord Mayor, how do you vote for the amendment?
Unfortunately against, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zuko?
For, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Briscoe?
For the amendment.
Alderman Sexton?
For the amendment, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Thomas?
For the amendment.
Councillor Harvey?
For.
Alderman Baracus?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta?
Against.
Councillor Ewan,
Against.
Councillor Sherlock,
Against.
Councillor Coates,
For the amendment.
and myself, I'm voting for the amendment.
So, Lord Mayor, the result of the vote is it's carried 8 votes to 4.
Okay, so now with those amendments, or with that amendment, I am now going to put the substantive motion. And once again, I'll come round to each of you. So the substantive motion, Deputy Lord Mayor, how do you vote?
Sorry, Lord Mayor, does Councillor Sherlock's motion lapse, her amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Lord Mayor, Councillor Sherlock's was a foreshadowed. So now that we've dealt with the amendment, we can hear from Councillor Sherlock about her formal amendment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Sherlock.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I'm not really sure if it needs to be included, so I'll put it to the floor, which is that of the substantive motion at recommendation 10 at point 6 for the one-off COVID-19 payment, it was to add the word creative.
Okay, and there was another item, wasn't there,
Yeah.
Councillor Sherlock?
And I wanted to include or nominate Councillor Ewan for the reference, the COVID reference group committee that we have for elected members.
Okie doke. There was a seconder for that, was there? Not yet. Who would like to second that? Is there a seconder for that?
I'll second that if I'm allowed to.
Is that a yes? I think you're allowed to, Councillor Ewan. Yes. Okay. All those in favour of the?
No, I think we. Can we speak to the amendment?
If you like, yes, sure.
Just very briefly, Lord Mayor. I think my motion was set up the reference group of 5 people. So I think we would have to have a substantive majority or absolute majority to be overturned to make it 6, wouldn't we?
Lord Mayor, no, I don't believe so. It's not a negation, it's just adding 2. So I don't think it needs an absolute majority, Lord Mayor.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Just a question, Lord Mayor.
Yeah.
So first for the General Manager, when we talk about the reference groups and arts and business community, would creative just, if this motion was not currently being considered, would creative fall under arts? Because that's how I would have interpreted it, and that would be a catch-all for that whole industry.
Yeah.
General Manager. Oh, Councillor Sherlock, did you want to say something on that?
I want to say something on that, which is why I wasn't sure. Just when I put it, it's totally up to what people want to do, elected members want to do, because that may have been already incorporated in the fact that the amendment from Councillor Barakis went through. So probably just need some advice whether we actually need to do that at point 6 or not. So totally.
My advice, for what it's worth, Lord Mayor, is that anything that adds certainty to the motion, I would welcome. So if it does include creative industries, then it makes it fairly clear to me that we need to make sure we include them in the advisory committee.
Thank you very much for that advice, General Manager.
Okay, so the amendment in front of us from Councillor Sherlock, seconded by Councillor Ewan. We'll vote on that now. So, Deputy Lord Mayor, how do you vote?
In favour, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zuko, how do you vote?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Briscoe, how do you vote?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Sexton, how do you vote?
In favour.
Alderman Thomas, how do you vote?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Harvey, how do you vote?
For.
Alderman Barakis, how do you vote?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta, how do you vote?
For.
Councillor Ewan, how do you vote?
For.
Councillor Sherlock, how do you vote?
For.
Councillor Coates, how do you vote?
For.
And myself, I'll vote for too.
So, Lord Mayor, that vote is carried 8 votes to 4.
Okie doke. So now we will do a final vote on the substantive motion with all of those changes. Okay, I'll go around again. So on the substantive motion, Deputy Lord Mayor, how do you vote?
In favour, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zucker, how do you vote?
For, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Briscoe?
For, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Sexton?
In favour.
Alderman Thomas?
For.
Councillor Harvey?
For.
Alderman Barakis?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta?
For.
Councillor Ewan?
For.
Councillor Sherlock?
For.
Councillor Coates?
For.
And myself for as well. So that's a unanimous. Oh, General Manager wants to say that.
I'm quite happy to let you say that, Lord Mayor, but it is unanimous, 12 votes to nil. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Everyone, for that. Now, I am going to just adjourn the meeting for a 3-minute comfort break. So we'll just adjourn the meeting very briefly. Thank you. Restart the meeting. We're up to item 11, which is a motion. So I'll invite the movers of the motion to move their motion. Who'd like to do that?
Lord Mayor, before we start with the other motions, I'll just put forward that I'll withdraw my motion, given that the amendments passed. I think it renders this one redundant.
Maybe, Lord Mayor, we leave it till we get to that item, which is item 11.4. So if we leave it to then, Lord Mayor.
That's fine. So item 11.1, would someone like to move this motion?
I'm happy to move this one, Lord Mayor.
Seconded by? Oh, sorry,
Good.
Alderman Thomas. Okay. Who would like? Would anyone like to speak?
There we go. Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think I'll move the motion in the interest of maintaining the city in good condition and providing safety for residents and businesses during the coronavirus crisis. That the council suggests to the general manager to consider to redeploy employees whose duties have reduced during the crisis, such as parking and information officers, to be known as lookouts, to patrol regularly and report to appropriate authorities graffiti, antisocial behaviour, hooning or damage to residences or business. And part 2, that the council suggests to the general manager to consider employment of further security officers to patrol the city at night in cooperation with the police. Lord Mayor, I think it's just one of the concerns that's been raised with myself and some of the other elected members, given that there's so many businesses, so many organisations that are effectively working from home and not near their nowhere near their premises, that there's the opportunity for those that conducting antisocial behaviour to either vandalise or do whatever it is that they would do around people's property, around council property, given that there's not people around the area. On top of this, and compounding this, is the fact that we do have a lot of staff members that we're trying to retain, and I think we're doing the right thing by trying to retain as many as we can during this period, but whose what would you say, their responsibilities have been somewhat diminished based on the fact that there's less activity happening in the council. So I think we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Just today, I walked past an office building on Davies Street that had been plastered with political graffiti, and had to ring them up and let them know that had happened, and they had no idea how long that had been there for, because they were obviously not there at the premises. So I think that's just one example of it. But if we can create some extra certainty for some of the employees who've seen reduced demand for their work during this time, and also try and make sure that we're keeping the place safe. The last thing I think, whether it's business owners, whether it's community organisations, whether it's any of those sort of groups, is after all this, with the the financial hits that they've taken, and after having been forced to close down or whatever have you, to come back to work when this is all said and done find the place vandalised or find the place graffitied or find the place broken into. So look, if we can have people out looking around, making sure that none of this is happening, and I think that's just killing two birds with one stone. So I think it's just an efficient use of our workforce. So I think so long as we can do it, I think we should be looking to do stuff like that. So I'll commend the motion, Lord Mayor.
Further discussion, and also just note that the General Manager has provided some advice following this motion as well, that's included in the report.
Lord Mayor?
Who was that? I think it was Peter. I think it was Alderman Sexton, was it?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes. Look, I wholeheartedly agree that we should consider redeploying any employees whose dues have been reduced, and it may well be that that they can continue to walk, particularly parking officers can continue to walk around the city as they do now, and perhaps note graffiti and antisocial activities and so on. I don't think that would cause any harm. I'm not so sure about part two though. The General Manager has advised us that he's ceased all recruitment, and I think that's an appropriate thing to be doing at this time. And I'm not sure that it would be a good idea for us to employ further security officers, because that would require recruitment, it would cost money, and we'd basically be doing the job of the police. So I understand the sentiment, and I understand why people might welcome that, but it's just simply going to add to our debt, and so I would have difficulty supporting part two.
Lord Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Harvey, and then I think Councillor Dutton, I'll put him on the list next because he's also been trying to get in. So Councillor Harvey first though.
Lord Mayor, there's no evidence that there's been an increase in any antisocial behaviour, and the tagging of the city is fairly, constant. There's been no surge in tagging. So I don't think I'll be supporting this motion, and nor do I think we should be directing the General Manager of how to redeploy staff. I'm sure that's part of the day-to-day operations of the council, and the General Manager's role, in conjunction with the directors, to work out how best to use the staff in the locations as required. So I'm happy to leave that sort of thing to the GM, and I don't think we need a motion that's telling us what to do already, things that we already are doing, and to have security that's not required around the city because there's no evidence for it. And I think this kind of leans towards, COVID boredom kind of motion, that, what are we going to put forward? So I don't support it. And I think I'd probably ask it be withdrawn rather than have to vote on it.
Okay, Councillor Dutton.
Yeah, just a few questions to clarify this. With regards to employing a security officer, do you know how much it will cost to employ one security officer? Through you, the Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, it depends on how long you employ them for and what their hours are. But I do know from when we've employed security officers before, particularly in Collins Court, when we had some antisocial behaviour there a few months back now, when we've had security officers employed for some of our public toilets around Salamanca, that if you want them to work after hours, you want them to work long hours, you wouldn't get much change if you had it in place for 6 months out of $50,000. So I don't think it's a particularly cheap exercise. What I have said in the report, Lord Mayor, is thank you for the suggestions. We are working very, very close with the police. We have a very good working relationship with the police. And as we sit here at the moment, Lord Mayor, the police are not saying to us there needs to be an increased security presence in the city. But given the motion is simply a suggestion, we would be talking to the police, and our staff are generally monitoring behaviour in the city as well, Lord Mayor. So there's not much to report in that regard at this time.
Thank you. That was my second question with regards to the police, if they were asking for support, so you've answered it. And my other question, the third question is this, with regards from the statistics you have provided for graffiti, is there any other statistics with regards to antisocial behaviour?
Look, Lord Mayor, I'd have to take that question on notice. We'd have to talk to the police to see whether or not they're reporting any increase in antisocial behaviour. As I said too, some of our staff are monitoring antisocial behaviour around the city, but I have no quantitative data, and maybe I could take that question on notice, Lord Mayor, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Lord Mayor, if I can talk to the motion.
Yes, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I appreciate the sentiment of the motion. I think that this is a moving feast, and it's moving really quickly in relation to the council's response. And we know full well that the council is redeploying people, the parking officers, information officers, whose work has changed significantly, are, I believe, working in part of the smart cities capability, and feel that this motion might have been relevant probably a couple of weeks ago, but things are moving so quickly and the council is responding really effectively and swiftly as well. We know full well from the comments underneath the rationale that there isn't so much of an increase in antisocial behaviour as is suggested in this motion. And the other thing that I feel is really important is that we could turn this around and make this a really positive motion rather than a law and order sheriffing type role. What we need to be doing is building resilience in our city, and our community. There obviously are so many complications associated with COVID-19, the response to society, to our community, to our businesses. And I would have liked to have seen a much more positive motion in relation to this, and certainly won't be supporting it. This partly because I feel that it's really become redundant in its purpose.
Okay, further discussion?
Lord Mayor, just given some of the comments that have been made, and I do take on especially the financial considerations of part two. I'm happy to drop part two of that if people are more comfortable with that, because the main intent is in part one. So long as the second is happy with that.
That's fine.
Who was the second?
Okay. Yes, that's me.
Okay, so that's fine. Councillor Dutta, did you've spoken, or are you wanting to ask a question?
No, I had earlier on.
You'd only ask
3
questions. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
I had, and I'd like to speak to that as well.
Yes.
I am of the view that the general manager and his team, what they have done is an outstanding job, and I'm sure he will be able to do this quite effectively. Also, it is my view that there is no real evidence provided as to why we should take this particular line of approach. Even though I support the intention and the sentiment, I think it's a very good point. But practically, when I look at it, I think we can't really afford it in the budgets. We can't really go ahead with it. And I am supportive of what Councillor Harvey has said. And I think I will not support this motion. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, I just need some clarification here.
I think Alderman Thomas might have pipped you at the post, Alderman Zuko.
I'm just after clarification.
Yeah, okay, Alderman Zuko. What's
just want to clarify, what are we discussing? Because Alderman Barakis withdrew part two. Is part two still in or out?
I think the seconder approved the removal of part two. So we're talking about part one, about the general manager redeploying people.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Alderman Thomas, did you want to speak to it?
Lord Mayor, yes, certainly. And look, I take on board what Deputy Lord Mayor Burnett said. It'd be very easy. This is the decision. This is the decision which requests the general manager to look at utilising the staff in this new fashion. There is absolutely no doubt that a presence on the streets of even the people who are normally there, if they're actually seen in the sense that they are keeping an eye out, we're not asking them to be police, we're asking them to be basically to be an early warning system for things that aren't right, where door locks are, where they might notice that buildings are attempted to be opened at night and they're there in the morning. If they're alert to it, it does exactly what the deputy is saying. It creates an image that we're there to actually look out for them. If we are only using the people who are patrolling the streets anyway, there should be no additional costs, and I can't see why anyone would be against it. This is something where we can be seen. It can be written up as the city is concerned. We are simply, these are the people on the street every day. They know what's usual, and most importantly, they know what's not usual. So I think we've taken out part 2. I think part 1 should be taken in the general goodwill that has been put forward, that we have a chance here to show the city we're doing a little bit more, and we're using the same people who are walking the street anyway.
Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, oh, sorry.
Alderman Briscoe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think Alderman Thomas has hit the nail on the head. My information from at least 2 parking officers or information officers is they're getting a lot of angst in doing their job. You know, the job, whilst they've got an extended now for parking time, people can go for 2 hours in a 1 hour zone and so on. They're still getting a lot of angst in the sense, why are you even fining us? To give a positive role to these information officers is a good thing for our employees. Now, the general manager indicates, and the motion indicates it's only a suggestion, but I think we should ramp up the positive role of our information officers, not so much the compliance part of their job, which we know is quite severe when there's plenty of business in town. So it's not a law and order, it's to enhance the role of our information officers. And I'm supporting the motion because I think it's a positive thing. Now, I live, whilst I am residing during this crisis at another place, my townhouse is empty, and I'm pretty sure other properties are in the same position. Businesses around me are empty, and I think the positive role put forward by this motion of our information officers keeping an eye is being a good neighbour to our businesses and inner city residents. I have noticed that, for example, on the inner city linear park, there are a lot more people using that for exercise. Even if we have our information officers walking along there and noting whether people are following the social distances rules. I think it's a positive role, and anyone characterising it as a law and order issue, I think hasn't looked at the intent of the motion. Part 2, I agree that it's probably not required at this stage, but part 1, I think we should support it.
Okay, further discussion?
Yes, Lord Mayor. Look,
Alderman Zuko.
Probably the only person who'll probably remember this will be Alderman maybe the General Manager. Many years ago, I put a notice of motion forward to utilise our police officers to also be sort of police officers. And I was actually thought also as part of that at the time, put down the track of the council even going down the track of having municipal police, like many cities around the world do. They have a different police structure where they have normal police and they have municipal police. Mind you, the Hobart City Council did have the police force originally. So I actually put that forward as an idea and a proposal at the time. So that way they could act as patrolling the streets of our city in some form of police sense, and also policing our city in the parking sense. Another proposal I actually put forward was maybe the Hobart City Council actually employ police officers to walk the bed of the streets to make the streets safer. Look, I don't like so much when the council directs the general manager to do things. I think the general manager knows I am not in favour of those things. I don't necessarily believe that what is written and how it's written, it's directing the general manager to do anything other than a suggestion. And I'd just like to ask a question to the General Manager if he feels uncomfortable in the manner in which this motion is written.
You want me to ask that question? Yeah, look, no, I don't. In fact, Alderman Zerko, as you may well be aware, it's an offence under the Local Government Act for an elected member to direct the General Manager in relation to operational matters. This does not do that. It's just simply a suggestion, and I've taken it as such, and I welcome any suggestion from the elected body that helps us get through this crisis, and that's what this is. It's simply a suggestion, and that's just how I've taken it. And just to answer your question, Alderman Zerko, through you, Lord Mayor, 1898 was when we lost the role as being the police force.
Yes, I remember that at the time. Well, just one further question. Are you more comfortable with the motion that Part 2 has been removed, in the sense that, it sort of that won't cost council any further funding at all whatsoever?
I'm comfortable on it being removed, Lord Mayor, on two grounds. One is that, as you say, Alderman Zerko, it won't cost us any money. And secondly, I've been at pains in the rationale to try and explain that I don't think it's particularly needed as well at the moment. We're not finding from the police force that there's a need to have that extra security in the city. So for those two reasons, I support the notice of motion being limited to Part 1, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Just a question, Lord Mayor. Question for the General Manager. So can I just confirm that now, with the deletion of Part 2 of this, utilising underutilised staff as per Part 1 would come with no extra budgetary cost to the council?
That is correct, Lord Mayor. In fact, I think in the long term it might well be a saving, because whilst the notice of motion in Part 1 talks about some suggested things that the staff could do, the parking and information officers are actually actively engaged now doing audits, for instance, of our street lighting, and those sorts of things were things we never would have got around to in normal times. They are things we can now do in abnormal times, and we'll be able to come back to you, particularly with the street lighting, to make some rather good recommendations, I believe, about how we might be able to save some money in that regard. So I'm hoping, Lord Mayor, that the redeployment that we've got with the PIOs in particular will be a saving to the council in the long run.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Further discussion? Any further discussion on this motion? Okay, I'll just make a few comments. Look, I think the motion was put a few weeks ago when there was definitely some discussion around what the parking officers were doing and some of the challenges they were facing. But I'm really confident. I mean, the good thing about this particular meeting or agenda is that the General Manager has, rather than providing a detailed report, he's given us his advice in the body of the agenda. And I think the GM's advice, while it's good to have the motion on the agenda and we've had a good discussion, I think the GM's advice renders the motion unnecessary. The parking officers are already being redeployed. They've got some of the items that you've identified in the motion, but they've got some other matters that the General Manager has identified as being useful for the organisation around the collection of information about the lighting assets. And I feel like some of the roles are a bit vague, and perhaps there could be some confusion around whether there is a sort of policing element and a monitoring issues that don't seem to be issues according to the police. So I'm not going to support it, not because I don't think it was a good motion when it was moved, but I think the General Manager has reported to us in this agenda, and it doesn't. I don't think we need to. I don't think we need the motion. So, is there any other discussion on this? Or does anyone want to wrap up?
If I can wrap up, Lord Mayor. Just to touch on that comment by yourself, Lord Mayor, I think the comments that the general manager made just previously, that he was comfortable with the amendment, and also that it does possibly open up the opportunity for us to actually make a budgetary saving by utilising some of our existing staff, I think is a relevant point here. I don't think it's a redundant motion by any means. I think, if anything, it does. If there is stuff that the general manager was already talking about or thinking about or currently doing, I think, if anything, this provides some policy certainty that it's in the documents. It's part of our policy now for the time being, and while we're going through this this difficult time. So I stand by the motion. I think I'm happy. I was happy to delete part 2, given the feedback, and I think that was the appropriate thing to do. But I do stand by part 1. I think it does give some policy certainty. I think it does let us, utilise some of the underutilised staff at the moment, and I think it does provide some certainty to them from an employment perspective. Given some of the talks that have been out in the media about laying off staff or whatever like that, I think we should be hanging on to them as much as possible and keeping them busy as much as possible. So look, and I will just briefly touch on. I think the idea and the notion that us taking a law and order attitude on a policy as being inherently negative, I think is false. I think it's a proactive, almost pretty much cost neutral way just to give the public and give the members of the community some certainty that the city will be safe and the city will be as it was when they left it, when they all went home to work. So I think it's a cost neutral way to ensure all of that. I think it's something we should all be supporting.
Lord Mayor, may I ask General Manager a question? I'm sorry to interrupt, but just asking one more question, if I wouldn't mind.
Alderman Zuko.
A question to the General Manager. Even if this motion is lost, you still have the authority to do something like this if you wish to do so. Is that correct or incorrect?
General Manager.
Lord Mayor, that is absolutely correct. It's my role to deploy the resources of council. But as I said before, Alderman Zuko, I do value any suggestion an elected member may seek to put forward.
Oh, well, if the motion's lost, it's a win anyway. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Name call.
Oh, sorry, we're doing that. That's sorry.
Lord Mayor.
That's right. So, Deputy Lord Mayor, how would you like to vote?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zuko.
For, Lord Mayor, it's a win-win.
Alderman Briscoe. How would you like to vote, Alderman Briscoe?
For.
Alderman Sexton, how would you like to vote?
For.
Alderman Thomas, how would you like to vote? Councillor Harvey, how would you like to vote?
Against.
Alderman Barakis, how would you like to vote?
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta, how would you like to vote?
Against.
Councillor Ewan, how would you like to vote?
Against.
Councillor Sherlock, how would you like to vote? Sorry, Councillor Sherlock, can you say that again?
Against.
Councillor Coates, how would you like to vote?
In favour. For.
And myself, I'm voting against.
Would you care for the vote to be read, Lord Mayor?
Yes, please.
It's 6-6, so it's lost.
Okay. So moving on to item 10.2, we have another motion which is moved by, I think, Councillor Sherlock and...
Yep.
Councillor Sherlock, would you like to speak to this? There's a few other people behind, whose names are on the motion, but I understand you're speaking to it. Councillor Sherlock?
Lord Mayor, sorry, Councillor Sherlock. Lord Mayor, I think it behoves me to say that for reasons that I've felt roomed over for some time, I've got to take my name off this one, but I do foreshadow another motion on the same topic should this
okay.
be accepted.
Thanks, Alderman Thomas. Councillor Sherlock, so if you'd like to introduce your motion with the, we note the removal of Alderman Thomas from this motion.
Yeah,
I'd just like to second that as well, Lord Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Ewan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sorry, can I just start by saying I'm having a little bit of an echo, so if people could maybe turn mute there.
Mute, please. Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Before I do put the motion, I would like to make a few improvements in light of recent changes, and I I have discussed this with my co-proponents that remain on the motion, and it has come about as a result of various different discussions that have had and various different announcements that have been made. So let me start by thanking Councillor Dutta and also Lord Mayor Anna Reynolds, and most certainly Alderman Thomas as well, and particularly Alderman Thomas, who actually wrote the point 1 of this motion, and I do recognise that he did that in the email exchanges, and thank you very much for that, Alderman Thomas, for recognising publicly the importance of international students. Now, since the motion was placed and available on the agenda, a few things have changed, and I would like to consider and recognise that before I put the motion and ask for a seconder. Now, in my mind, we can and should hold the sector accountable too, which is the intent of point 2 of the motion. The education institutions, the other organisations, companies that have international students within them, I encourage them to also personally do something from the money that they receive from international students that contributes also to our community, our economy, and our society at large. That is the intent of point 2 of the motion. And I'm sure that there's many people around the table here today, or wherever you are at your homes and in your office, and also most certainly Alderman Thomas as well, with his responsibilities and knowledge of the international student sector, knows well the benefits gained from international students. And that is the intent of point 2 of this motion, to also hold those institutions accountable to helping this cohort. Point 3 of the motion is one that is of a philanthropic nature, where the public and private sector and organisations and education institutions could potentially donate money to a hardship fund if one was set up. Again, this holds the sector and government accountable for a cohort from whom the sector, the society and economy at large have benefited. Let's make no mistake, education is one of our exports. And for us to not engage in consultation and advocacy with the international education sector and government, when we know the contributions, the millions of dollars from international students that come into our economy, and the flow on of that into our society, I would think to not support this cohort would be inequitable and unconscionable to a certain degree. So for me, the argument that this particular motion needed to come to committee for a report because individuals don't want to accept that international students nor temporary visa holders make a huge social and economic contribution can probably do just a simple search on Google. They could even go to the state growth site and actually look up the facts and figures with regards to the economic, in terms of monetary terms, the benefit that international students and temporary visa holders bring to our society. That people would not want to do this kind of research and make an uninformed decision is potentially quite intellectually frigid in my mind. To suggest that point 2 may have an implication that the Hobart City Council will carry the burden of economic development. As you can probably see in the notes made by the General Manager, this plainly and simply is not the case at all. The General Manager does note that we do not have any resourcing implications for the Council in terms of lobbying the state government, as is being pointed out at point 3. So I would really like to say, if, as I have been advised, an alternative motion is afoot, I would like elected members to understand the differences that may potentially exist. Differences between penning letters and giving praises, in contrast to actually being leaders and doing something in practical terms that would encourage—
30 seconds, Councillor Sherlock.
A support. Sorry, could I just get an extension? Is that okay, Lord Mayor? Just for a minute. Support-based outcome, which is the intention.
Sorry, Councillor Sherlock, I just need to someone needs to move for your extension of time.
Yeah, I move 2 minutes.
2-minute extension from Councillor Dutta. Who would like to second that? Deputy Lord Mayor. Okay, all those in favour say aye. Oh, right. Sorry, we could do this. Is there anyone actually against extension of time? Say no now.
No.
Okay, so there was only one no against extension of time, so I'm going to call that extension of time's been granted. Councillor Sherlock, continue,
just
please.
a question, Lord Mayor. Before it's granted, before you put the vote, there was a Councillor Sherlock asked for a minute, and Councillor Dutta went to, well, surely it's Councillor Sherlock's call for a minute, and I'll support the minute.
I'm not putting the vote, Alderman Zuko, unless you really want me to. I just said, who's against?
Lord Mayor, you've got to put the.
You want to vote? Okay, all right. We'll do the vote.
But point of clarification, it's for a minute, as requested by.
No,
Councillor.
Sorry, Alderman Zuko. It is for 2 minutes, as moved by Councillor Dutta. So I'm going to put that. Deputy Lord Mayor. Deputy Lord Mayor.
I did. Alderman Sexton.
Okay, Deputy Lord Mayor, how do you vote?
In favour.
Alderman Zuko, how do you vote?
I'd vote for a minute, but not two.
So what's that? Yes or no? Oh no. Okay.
It's a no.
Alderman Briscoe, how do you vote? Alderman Briscoe?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Alderman Sexton?
No.
Alderman Harvey? Alderman Thomas?
Yes.
Alderman Councillor Harvey? Councillor Harvey? Councillor Harvey?
Yep.
Okay. Alderman Barakis?
For Lord
Mayor. Councillor Dutta?
For.
Councillor Ewan?
For.
Councillor Sherlock?
Yes.
Councillor Coates?
Yes.
And myself, yes. So that took about a minute, but there's your 2 minutes, Councillor Sherlock.
And Lord Mayor, the result of the vote was 10 votes to 2.
Thank you.
Carried.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So yeah, I would hope that this motion is perhaps provides an example to other councils in the state who may wish to also follow in line with this. And I don't wish to have a double standards here tonight. There are a few other motions that did not come through committee, and it is with regards to the COVID-19 pandemic. And as the General Manager notes in the report, in line with the Council's policy in relation to notices of motion, I advise that the matter is considered to be within the jurisdiction of the Hobart City Council. So those 2 points that I've just mentioned, it just becomes invalid. An alternative watered down motion is like rats running away from a sinking ship in my mind. We are leaders of our community and should not accept a watered down version that takes away responsibility, because all that ends up being is that we're showing some care without any actual real responsibility. And so I offer some improvements to this original motion, because playing politics at a time of crisis is petty petulance, and I do not want the original motion to fail and have it replaced with a lesser version that negates the outcome-based intent of this motion and that skates away from our responsibility to the vulnerable in our community. So I have circulated the amendments. I've sent it, so perhaps maybe it can be brought up right now. And the amendment or the changes to this motion, I should say, the improvements to this motion is as a result of various different conversations that have been going on, and to also take account of what has been suggested by the state government. So number 1, that after each place in the motion that says international students, to add temporary visa holders. The amendment to point 2 is to add that the Lord Mayor also write to the Premier so that his government can consider additional programs that may assist international students who have ongoing needs of financial support, including state support for a hardship fund. I do understand that there was some chitter-chatter about the fact that—
Sherlock, it's 30 seconds left, I'm afraid, for your motion.
To urge, and people can read the rest of point 4 and 5. And I would like to publicly acknowledge and commend the Premier for showing some compassion and leadership in allocating funds. Whilst it is a small 250, it is a good start, and everybody else can read what's there for the changes. And as a result of what I've just said, I would now like to put the motion
All right, so Councillor Sherlock, I just need to check that the seconder, which was Councillor Ewan, is happy with these amendments.
Yeah.
Okay, and we might just have a quick 15 seconds, make sure that, it'll be up there for anyone who'd like to speak. This can stay up while people are commenting on this. So is there further discussion on the amended, so Councillor Ewan's fine with it. Is there discussion on this amended motion?
Can I just ask, with point 5 of the amendment, I'm assuming that it means to write to the Lord Mayors of the capital city, Lord Mayors, not every
Yes,
mayor.
yes,
Yep.
maybe about that.
Yeah, maybe just fix that one.
Yes.
Lord Mayor, if I may speak.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think this is a really important motion, and I appreciate the amendments as well. I think it's been really difficult for a lot of the international students and members of the community who are in that sort of limbo land in relation to waiting for residency, for who are on visas, who may have fallen through the cracks. And I think we were also sent something from Communities Action Group COVID-19 in relation to concerns that they had with supporting some of the international students in particular, and my heart goes out to them. And I believe this is something positive that we can do, which is relatively cost neutral, but really exemplifies that students and international students who have been pushed aside a lot of the time during some of this discussion, as have members of the disability sector and people on disability support pensions and carers pensions have been unfortunately overlooked to a large degree. So I think this is a really positive motion. It's a helpful motion, and it really supports us as a diverse council, supporting diversity and supporting some of those vulnerable people in our community.
Okay, further discussion? Has everyone read?
I'm just trying to find myself. Just give me 1 second.
Okay. Any further?
Yes, there is, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zuko.
Look, Lord Mayor, I read the first motion and I'm reading this motion here. The question that comes to my mind is, what are other countries doing for our people? I understand that we've got to look at the economic benefits that international students and visa holders bring into the state. But the reality is we are local council. Now, the motion has got some good points, and it's got some points that I actually dislike. Point 5, I absolutely dislike. Publicly recognise the enormous contribution, economic and social. Look, you know, I don't necessarily think we need to have fluffy stuff here if we really want to try and help these people. Behind the scenes, I'll say that I've been doing a fair bit to try and help international students and also visa holders. I've actually sent quite a number of correspondence to a number of people in higher places in the Hobart City Council. And I actually welcomed what the Premier and the state government did in recognising the visa holders. The reality is, though, international students, they come here with their visa on the proviso that they must sustain themselves and they can only work 20 hours a week. Yes, they contribute to the economy, but you know, when people receive a visa, you receive a visa under those conditions. And on a personal note, you know, my partner's on a partner visa. You know, she's not entitled to anything at all whatsoever, and so is a person that's been living here from overseas and studying here. She gets no assistance, and they understand it's written on their visa. But the question in my mind keeps on coming back to how many people are being helped? How many Australians are being helped overseas? And the number of people that I've spoken to that have come back from overseas stuck in some of these countries, they received none. Now, look,
Actually,
I would
irrelevant,
support.
Marty. Sorry to interrupt,
Excuse
but
me,
it's
Lord Mayor, did I interrupt anybody?
because we're not
No,
governing
sorry.
our country.
I did not I have not interrupted anybody all day.
Councillor Ewan, there's no need to interrupt. You'll get a chance in a moment.
Thank you very much. Lord Mayor, I'm happy to support writing to the state government and saying that the international students, it's been very difficult for them. And if there is anything that the state government may consider doing to assist. And again, I'm happy to support that we write to the Prime Minister in the same factor of seeing what the government can do to assist international students and visa holders. That's as much as I'm happy to support. So, writing to every Lord Mayor and everyone and everything and going through all this, I can't support. I'll support two things. Let's write the Lord Mayor, write to the Premier, supporting, asking the Premier to give consideration to assisting international students, then the Premier for what they've done so far with visa holders, and to write to the Prime Minister. So if the mover of the motion is prepared to change it in that manner, you're going to get my support.
Okay, further discussion?
Lord Mayor, if I can just quickly offer a point of clarification.
Alderman Barakis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. To one of the comments that Alderman Zuko made, I believe the federal government's actually recently relaxed the 20-hour work restrictions. I'm not sure what they've relaxed it to off the top of my head, but I think that has been relaxed.
Okay, further discussion? Any further discussion on this motion?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, just commenting on a few of the points that has been made. Firstly, with regards to this Australian students overseas, there aren't as many students overseas. If you look at Australia, it's a business. Australian international students contribute close to $30 billion to our economy. It contributes $520 million to the Tasmanian economy. Economically, they contribute, in addition to tuition, to food, clothing, transportation, living expenses, and you can go on and on. As far as working visa, the student visa is concerned, yes, they are allowed to work 20 hours. I have a number of them working for me. And I can also go on and talk about my own experiences with the migrant population, but that is not the point here. The point here is this, that they are not only allowed 20 hours, but they can work more hours during the holidays. That is the visa condition. Now, if you look at it, it's very clear that the contributions made by them is quite exceptional, not only economically, but also socially and cross-culturally. The community is in crisis, and we as neighbors, we as fellow Hobartians realize this, because the point I want to draw here is this, that in our community vision, the Hobart City Council is an island, states very clearly on page 29 that we help each other in the best and the worst times. And setting up a fund is simply asking these educational institutions who get the students here in the time of crisis, they need to put their hands in their pocket and help. And nothing else. It is simply an idea, a suggestion. If nothing happens, nothing is lost. But an idea, as we've been saying, a suggestion is always good. We also realize that in Pillar 2 of our vision statement, it says very clearly, we celebrate our diversity and include others in the time of need. And in page 41, it states, we are caring, helpful, supportive of everyone, especially when it is a tough time. And for me, this is a very important issue to note, that this is a vision statement. It is to be humane because it is a humanitarian crisis. We have to be supportive, caring, and practical, as the vision statement states. And I conclude by saying this, that a coordinated approach involving different stakeholders, as the motion states, who are providing different supports for students in an urgent priority, which would include the education providers, the governments, international student associations, the professional organizations, and also the councils. So I would support this, and I agree to some extent with the point made with number 5. I would be happy to go along with what point 1 and 4 and support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, can I make some comments?
Alderman Briscoe.
Yeah, look, we seem to have a debate here that some people are saying that none of us care. I think we all care about people in disadvantage in our community. There's not a single person around this table, whether we're on the screen tonight, that wouldn't care about people who are suffering in our community. However, all this motion does is just a signaling saying we're good guys. And I personally think that the smaller motion by Damon Thomas does it better. And I'll be supporting the motion that will come up from Damon Thomas. Not because I'm being polarised by people who are saying that I don't care. Of course I care. And I know a number of non-for-government organisations in town have set up particular fundraising for international students. City Mission have got a project on at the moment. And I imagine Vinnie's wouldn't discriminate about whether it's a person in the community who is a permanent resident or an international. Louis Van provides meals. A number of the restaurants are providing free meals for international students. So we know the community does care. Everyone around the table cares. This is not it's been characterised as the motion of the people who are for international students, people against it. None of us are in that position, and I hate that being characterised that we are not caring. We may discriminate, we may differ in our means, but I think we've got to keep the motion from this council very straightforward and ask the Premier, as the Alderman Thomas has suggested, keep it simple. We are not a lobbying organisation for everyone. We know there are great things happening in the community. We should acknowledge those great things. And knowing that there are many people out there working for international students as well as the rest of the community. So if I vote against this particular motion, it's because I'm going to support Alderman Thomas's foreshadowed motion.
Further discussion?
Lord Mayor?
Who was that? Sorry. I think was Councillor Harvey trying to speak? I can't see you, unfortunately. Yeah. Were you trying to speak, Councillor Harvey?
I am. Is there an issue with my volume?
Yes, there was, but it's fine now.
All right. Look, I will be supporting the motion as moved by Councillor Sherlock. I think it's quite a good motion. It covers a lot of territory, and it does place an emphasis on responsibility on us as a society to look after our international students who, as has been pointed out, are a major feature of the Hobart landscape now. We've had an international student cohort for many decades, and I'd like to think that we are recognised as a compassionate city, a cap and gown town as well, where we encourage people to come and study in Hobart. And I think we should make every effort possible to support the students that are here. And maybe they would like to go home, but the circumstances are that they're here in Hobart. And I think we should offer as much support as possible. And I understand more than 50% of students in Hobart are enrolled, of the international students, are actually enrolled in the other colleges that work out of Hobart as well. So I do see a need for those colleges. And I don't know what support they've been offering, but I dare say they would be offering some sort of support to their students. But I think it's incumbent on us to understand that students are suffering hardship as much as anyone else, that they're in isolation, that they need our support. They don't have families here necessarily. They might be here on their own. They might not have very many friends. So if we can offer as much support as possible and encourage the state government and encourage the education institutions to contribute to supporting the ongoing, business, the ongoing sector that is education in Tasmania, I think that's a good thing. So I will be supporting this motion as it is. It's a lot stronger than what's being proposed, the alternative motion that we'll probably hear about soon. So I thank Councillor Sherlock for bringing this to the council tonight, and I will be supporting it.
Further discussion?
Lord Mayor.
Alderman Barakis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There's a bit to unpack here. I think, first of all, I agree with Alderman Briscoe. There we go. I agree with Alderman Briscoe. The idea that if anyone's got any concerns about this motion doesn't care or is playing petulant politics, I think is one that I find quite offensive. But just moving on from that, there's a lot of talk in this motion about not playing politics and having practical motions and practical way forward. I don't see much in this motion that is anything other than playing politics, because it's writing letters and lobbying for a result. There's nothing within the council's power to achieve any result here. So that we're not talking about practical solutions. We are literally talking about politics. That's what this is. I don't think anybody in this virtual chamber would disagree with the contribution that international students and temporary visa holders make. I don't think anyone in Tasmania would disagree with that. I think that's reflected by the contribution that the Premier and the state government have made towards temporary visa holders. But I will make the point, we're here to represent and look after the interests of ratepayers and residents of Hobart before anything else. And the ratepayers, it's very easy for us as a council to say the state government should do this, the federal government should do this, and they should pay for this or they should do this. But the residents and ratepayers of Hobart are also taxpayers at a state and federal level. So whenever we talk about saying that the state government should do this or say that the federal government should do this, it is still coming out of the pockets of our residents and ratepayers. And that's something that people need to constantly reflect on. But so, the federal government, whilst some people may think so, doesn't have an unlimited bucket of money to draw from. Yes, there's people facing some serious hardship right now across the board. That includes the international students, and includes temporary visa holders. It also includes Australian citizens and Australian permanent residents. If we have a limited bucket of money or a limited pool of resources to support as many people as we can, unfortunately, we do have to prioritise that. If we had unlimited resources to do anything without consequence, it would help everybody. I don't think anybody would disagree with helping international students to the best of our ability. But we do have limited resources, whether that's at a local government or a state government or a federal government level. And it's up to each level of government to be responsible about how they're spending that money. Already my understanding is that the federal government is spending more on the coronavirus and recovery than was spent during and after World War I for economic recovery, just to put that in perspective. So it's very easy for us to say that we should do this or we should do this and we need to help these people, but we don't have an unlimited bucket of money, and whatever money that we spend right now is going to be paid for by future generations. That is something that we do need to remember, we do need to reflect on. The one part of this that I do agree with is that we should be encouraging the universities that have very much rode the gravy train of the international student market up until now, when times were good, and now become property moguls in their own right and have quite a bit of money behind them. I do think they should be getting behind their students and supporting them, because ultimately I think they have the greatest responsibility here. But other than that, I don't see this motion as anything other than playing politics, regardless of the assertions made. And I think that we do need to be careful about how we as a city or a state or a country are spending our money, and we do need to prioritise how we use our resources to help people and get out of this difficult time.
Any further discussion? Is there any further discussion on this? I might just say, just very quickly, I there are two quite similar motions, I understand, and I agree that everybody is certainly supportive and recognises the importance of the education sector to Hobart's future economy or current economy and future economy. So I think we should all understand the significant sector that it is. From my perspective, this motion is only different to the next one in three ways. I don't have them both in front of me, but as I recall, the first way is that it makes a statement up front about the economic contribution of the international student and temporary visa holders. So that was one difference, I think. The second difference that I see is actually item 3, where I think the focus is much more on what Alderman Barakis has just raised, that if we can do anything to actually try and nudge the actual education institutions a little bit more to tip into a hardship fund, because some of those institutions may not be doing enough of that. And the only other thing I think is different about this motion to the next one, or the foreshadowed, is item 5, and that's really a direction to us to, rather than just writing to the Prime Minister alone, which I think the next motion says we do, that we write a letter to the Prime Minister as the Capital City Lord Mayor's Network. And really, I think they're the three differences I see. So if you think they improve the motion, I think, support this one. And I'm happy to support this one as it is. So yeah, they're the reasons I am, because I think those little elements certainly do exactly what the next motion does, but perhaps goes a little bit further on a couple of things, including nudging the educational institutions themselves. Okay, Councillor Sherlock, would you like to sum up at all?
Yes, I would. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and I would like to say thank you to everybody for their contributions and also for their comments. I would like to note that the international students and also the temporary visa holders are a cohort who have pumped millions into our economy. They have paid taxes. They've contributed to the community either socially, emotionally, or in other activities in support of the community in which they live. Let's not be mistaken when it comes to the large economic and social benefit provided by this cohort. Some who cannot go back home because the borders closed in their countries. Some who have obtained their visa because our communities lacked their skill, and they've come in as skilled workers and have contributed to our economy. Let's not forget that. And I think it needs to be said that one of our vision says to be bold and be brave, and we cannot legislate the feelings nor the far-reaching consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic. But what we can prepare for are foreseeable hardships for as many as we can in our community. If we talk about equality, yeah, I don't really see this as being equality when we want to actually look out for the most vulnerable in our society. If we talk about equity, it is not equity to not support temporary visa holders or international students. So where possible, we must try to provide equity. Let's punctuate politics for the enrichment of the people. We don't need to pontificate on the economic, social, or community benefit of international students or temporary visa holders. There is a plethora of reports on it at the state and national level, not only that not only you would know by yourself if you were connected to the community and understand the great benefits that temporary visa holders and international students make to our community. I would really like to labour the point because it seems to have been misunderstood. So I'm not really sure if people were understanding the intent of the motion. So once again, I'll say I would like to labour the point that point 2 is to hold the education sector as well accountable for these international students. And as you'll also note, it says to have discussions with them. And so that is consult and advocate as our role as councillors, which I'm sure the Community Life Division will be able to do. That is not doing nothing, that is doing something. That is providing
30 seconds, Councillor Sherlock.
Basis. And at point 3, it's for us as a motion to hold the government accountable as well, that we can lobby and we can advocate for people who may not actually have that voice themselves. So these are practical outcomes. This is not actually not doing anything, writing letters and penning letters for this and that and this and that. This is an actual practical outcome of setting up a system of support and consultancy and advocacy for these international students. And
that's time, Councillor Sherlock. Okay, so I am going to put that motion and again go around the room.
Mayor, excuse me, Lord Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Dutta.
Is it possible to, again, I'm suggesting, if you could vote in parts?
We'd have to put that as a motion. So if you'd like to put that motion, who'd
Yeah,
like
I
to...
move that.
Okay, would anyone like to second? Would anyone like to second that we vote this in parts? There's no seconder, Councillor Dutta, so that we'll just vote it as a motion.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I will put the motion and go around the room again. So Deputy Lord Mayor, how do you vote?
In favour, Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zucker, how do you vote?
No.
Alderman Briscoe, how do you vote?
I'll be in favour of the foreshadowed motion.
Alderman, is that no? Was that, yeah, that's Alderman
no,
Briscoe, that's no.
I'm going to
yeah.
vote for the foreshadowed motion.
Alderman Sexton, how do you vote?
Against.
Alderman Thomas, how do you vote?
Against.
What was that, sorry?
Against.
Okay. Alderman Baracus, how do you vote?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta, how do you vote?
For.
Oh, I keep missing him. Councillor Harvey, how do you vote? Councillor Harvey, how do you vote?
For.
Councillor Dutta, how do you vote?
For.
Councillor Ewan, how do you vote?
For.
Councillor Sherlock, how do you vote?
For.
Councillor Coates, how do you vote?
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor, sorry, Anna. Lord Mayor, how do I vote? I'll vote for. Thank you. General Manager?
Lord Mayor, the result of the vote is 6-6, so it's lost.
Lord Mayor, can we move that the other motion off the screen?
Yes, we're doing that now.
Thank you.
Alderman Thomas.
Lord Mayor, I have circulated to, I'd like us, my motion has been circulated, so I'll call for a seconder now, so that's done.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, look, I'd also acknowledge Councillor Sherlock for her passion. I think that, to be quite honest, I approach this subject, and I know a lot more about it than a lot of people, because I live in it almost every day, trying to assist students in terms of internships. I was a major part of the approach to the state government for the recent funding. And in actual fact, yes, I was the writer of the original part 1 of the earlier motion. But there are times and circumstances, and as a broad church, ladies and gentlemen, and I acknowledge, Lord Mayor, your very wise words that these two motions are very similar, and they're not dissimilar, as I think Councillor Sherlock put. I never saw point 5 of the earlier motion, the lost motion before tonight. But in reality, if I approach the amendment that's in front of you now, I wanted desperately for this council to stand up exactly the same as Councillor Sherlock and show that we've got guts and balls in terms of this item. I wanted us to acknowledge the significant contribution of international students, and I wanted us to approach the state government. This was before the latest support, and I wanted us to approach the federal government. But look, I'm a different politician to Councillor Sherlock. I wanted to have a broad church. I wanted us to have as many as close to a unanimous decision as possible. And when I approached, I think I was watching Killing Eve the other night, Lord Mayor, and I suddenly got a barrage of emails saying, how dare you be involved with a motion that says we acknowledge the social and economic input when we don't know what that is. How dare you involve us in something that's not of our business? And I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that the amendment you have in front of you was a hard-won battle. And I say that it's a hell of a better start than having a 6-6. And I also say, Lord Mayor, is that you're wise because you're the one who sees them as pretty much the same. I've never seen number 5, and number 5 would involve probably 300 councils because it says Lord Mayors and Mayors. So we're assumedly talking about every council in Australia that would have to be written to. What you have in front of you now is an acknowledgement of the work of the state government. You have a request that the Lord Mayor of the City of Hobart write to the state government to get and seek support potentially for other programs, including hardship fund. You have a report that says, and a member that says, please write to the Prime Minister to remove that process whereby no recovery, except for what Alderman Baracus has just mentioned in terms of the hours of working. I think we ought to be supporting international students and other visa holders, and this is the amendment. And somebody wrote to me and said, oh, these seem very similar. They seem to know, Councillor Sherlock seems to know some of these words in your alternative. I don't mind. I wanted us to get counsel. I wanted us to get to an agreement here. And this is as close as I can get, and be damned, I'm not going to use the language that Councillor Sherlock used, but I'm just as passionate as you are, Zelinda, about this issue. But be damned if I wanted to end up with a 6-6 vote, which is probably where we were going to end up with the original motion, even more so because of the addition of the Part 5 I've never seen in my life. So I see this as a hell of a good start. We'll probably have to do more if we start seeing them begging in the street, which we might. I'm happy if we want to include an approach to the university to increase the hardship funding that they're already paying, but they are doing pretty well. I am aware of the fact that international colleges, of which there are far more students, there are now 58% of students in our city that aren't at the university that are in post-compulsory education. They are making some efforts, but I think that what we've got in front of you now, if only some of you people who missed out on the last vote come with this, we've at least got a great start.
30 seconds, Alderman Thomas.
We've got community. No, look, I think that's fine. I do, as I said, acknowledge Alderman Sherlock. She takes a different approach to me. I believe we're a broad church, and I wanted to get us to a place where we get some consensus. And as I finish, Lord Mayor, you said they're very similar. I want us to vote for this one.
Lord Mayor? Lord Mayor?
Yes, Alderman Zuko.
Yeah. Look, Lord Mayor, I listened to the debate on the previous motion and some comments, and was actually enlightening that Alderman Thomas even mentioned the university. And, you know, in light about what everyone talks about, the amount of money that our international students pump into the Australian economy and also into the Tasmanian economy, let's face it, the universities are a business. That's their number one fundamental priority. Being a business, the university should also play a major role in this. And Alderman Thomas has said that he's happy to write to the university, and I'm just going to suggest that whether or not the mover and seconder will accept that the Lord Mayor write to the university in also asking whether or not they would know, I'll repeat that, sorry, that the Lord Mayor write to the university seeking the university to provide further assistance to international students. If they are both happy with those words.
Yeah, I'm happy. You can strengthen them if you like. I'm happy with them as they are.
And Alderman Briscoe, are you happy? Oh, was that Alderman Barakis? Was
I think it was
seconded?
myself. I think it was myself, Lord Mayor. I'm more than happy with that.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, look, I'm not going to keep people further. I made my points in the previous one. I said very clearly, point 5 was just way off the track. This is very precise. It's about writing to the Premier, writing to the Prime Minister. These people can make decisions, and writing to the university, these people can make decisions. By the time we try and write to every councillor or anyone else around this country, it's a waste of time.
Lord Mayor?
Alderman Briscoe.
Yes, look, I think this motion has elements of the previous motion, but in the words of Alderman Thomas, it's seeking unanimous support. And all I'd be encouraging is that a unanimous statement from this council, by supporting unanimously this motion, gives a really good signal to the community that we're all we're aware of the contributions of the international students. We're aware of the suffering they may be having right at the moment. So I think I'm making a plea for it to be a unanimous vote.
Okay, further discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to say...
Councillor Sherlock.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. And thank you to Alderman Thomas as well. I would just like to make a few observations with regards to adding that particular amendment to include that we write to, or the Lord Mayor writes to the university, because the university is a business, as Alderman Zuko pointed out. And because university is a business, that was the intention of point 2 of the previous motion, is to actually hold accountable education and peak bodies who do actually have international students. So what I see is my motion just being rewritten to the way that people have wanted it. And that's okay. You know, I think I have said to Alderman Barakis many times, sometimes it's chess, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and that's okay. But I do find that this motion lacks in many, many ways, and 3 of the main ways that it lacks is the Lord Mayor has already pointed out. It does not publicly recognise the international students, which was most certainly an element of what Alderman Thomas had written in, which I humbly obliged to include in that original motion. So, and the other 3 points that the Lord Mayor said. Now, I would like to also touch on why Alderman Thomas did not see point number 5. It was because you'd withdrawn yourself from the motion, and as a result of that, I wasn't able to send it to you. Instead, I did talk about it with the other co-proponents. So that's just to clarify for you. Now, when people are talking about point 5, I would like to add, as Councillor Ewan had pointed out, that it was going to be changed to just the capital cities. So it is a collective and a united letter, as point 5 had already said. You know, I will most certainly be supporting this. I have no choice but to. I am very disappointed, I have to say. I'm very disappointed that we're not actually advocating for that, us to actually play a role in holding education institutions accountable and also playing that role, but perhaps a letter will help. And so I will be supporting this motion, of course. But yes, once again, like I said it before, it is a watered down version of what I would like to have achieved to have institutions and government held to account as well.
Lord Mayor, can I suggest, if it works for in relation to that amendment, that it is not only the University of Tasmania, but other organisations providing courses in Tasmania, in Hobart.
Lord Mayor?
Would that be acceptable with the mover and seconder?
Lord Mayor, that would be. There
are 20 providers apart from the university in Tasmania.
So they, I think referring to them as UTAS and other
peak bodies,
tertiary colleges.
No, other registered.
Other international providers.
So I think Alderman Thomas has said registered training organisations.
Organisations providing international
education.
Okay,
Okay, so is the seconder happy with that?
Yes, Lord Mayor.
So, Alderman Barakis.
Mayor, just as a matter of clarification, there are the
That's
education
Alderman
department, for
Briscoe.
example, and a number of the private schools also look after international students. But I think we've got to keep that separate because they wouldn't have a visa that allowed them to work. So I think Alderman Thomas is right to have the registered organisation.
Yep. Okay. Now I also wonder whether the mover and the seconder might be happy. What we could do with 3 is that the Lord Mayor seek the support of the Capital City Lord Mayors Network.
Absolutely.
To write to the Prime Minister. So then it is us with our Capital City colleagues, and I can do that if the mover and the seconder would like to accept that in.
Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta.
Yeah, I in fact see that there are some good elements, even though for me it appears to be watered down. I would also suggest that we should bring point number 1 from the other motion of Councillor Sherlock's. Then I would be very happy to support it. Otherwise, I think we are really not acknowledging the fact of the contributions made by temporary visa holders.
That's a suggestion, I think, to Councillor Alderman Thomas and Alderman Barakis.
Could you just repeat it again, Councillor Dutta?
Point number 1 from the previous motion of Councillor Sherlock's, if it's included, then I'd be happy to support it.
Well, that's the difficulty because that's where even though they were originally my words, Councillor Dutta, I couldn't get I want a united vote here, and I couldn't get it with those words, mainly on the basis, as you rightly know, Councillor Dutta, until I sort of found almost by accident this $520 million contribution. There is obviously a contribution, but there was quite a bit of disquiet from elected members about the fact that we were able to say without any report what is that contribution. I know there is. I personally know it, Councillor Dutta, but that was a sticking point, which is where I started this odyssey.
Through you, Lord Mayor, can I make a comment?
Yes.
Yeah, it is, I think, commendable if we can get a unanimous decision. But if that point is not made, and I know there is heaps of evidence, then I will be voting against it. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, I just didn't have a chance to respond yet to either of the suggestions. Like Alderman Thomas, I'm not comfortable bringing the section of the motion from the previous motion, and at the same time, I'm also not comfortable including the Capital City Lord Mayors. I think that gets too much into council acting like a lobby group rather than a tier of government, so I'm not comfortable including that.
Lord Mayor, I would support an amendment from from Councillor Dutta, words to that effect.
Alderman Thomas, were you trying to speak?
Well, I was only going to say that I have absolutely no issue with the Council of Capital City Lord Mayors, and I don't know, and maybe Mr. Heath can help us, if the seconder doesn't agree. I mean, we're talking about 6 Lord Mayors, and they have a powerful impact, and I think it would be valuable. I really do. It's not political at all. It's a group that Anna's part of at the present time. I just think it's crazy we don't include the Capital City Lord Mayors.
Do you want to say something? Yeah. I'll ask the General Manager.
I'd agree with those comments, Lord Mayor. They are a powerful lobby group. They do have an entree into Canberra as well. I think they do have that ability to walk into the office of the Prime Minister and senior ministers in government. So if they're speaking as one, and I think they would be on this issue, if they're speaking as one, I think they are a strong lobby group.
Yeah. Look, I'd actually say I support what's being proposed, and in any event, if the Capital City Lord Mayors for any reason said they didn't want to do it, for example, the Victorian government's been very generous, then this decision still requires our Lord Mayor to write to the Prime Minister, so we don't lose either way.
Baracus, how do you feel about that now?
I'll maintain my position, Lord Mayor.
Okay, so if the seconder won't accept that into the motion, I guess if Councillor Dudder, you wanted to, or if anyone else wants to, or we just leave it for now and vote on this.
Maybe Lord Mayor, you can have
vote on it.
What was that? Sorry, Alderman Thomas.
I was going to say you might have a phone call.
Sorry.
Councillor Sherlock, sorry.
I was just saying.
Lord Mayor, I would actually like to add that capital city Lord Mayors. It was one of the reasons why I'd actually put it in my original motion, because it has a lot of influence. It also, as I said in the original motion previously, it's more.
Councillor Sherlock. Yeah, I've got.
Sorry, I can't speak.
I've got it. Yes, Alderman Briscoe. I think I'm going to say exactly what you're saying.
Councillor, can you hear what I'm saying?
Yes, I think I was about to say exactly the same thing.
Councillor Sherlock has already spoken.
Yes, got that. Thank you.
Sorry, can I ask a point of clarification? Thank you.
You can ask a question, Councillor Sherlock.
Yes. So, with regards to the capital city Lord Mayors being included, would it be possible for us to actually include this into the motion, as I think it lends more weight to it?
It is if there's someone who moves the amendment, but not yourself, Councillor Sherlock.
That's what I was going to say, Lord Mayor. Given that Alderman Baracus won't accept it in, it needs to be treated as an amendment. So it sounds like Councillor Dutta may have moved an amendment, so it needs an appropriate seconder, Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, I haven't spoken, I've only asked questions, so I'm happy to second the amendment. And I've just asked, I'm happy to support the amendment if it includes both the first part of the motion from
Councillor Dutta,
and that reference to.
Okay, so I'm just seeking clarification from Councillor Dutta whether his amendment is those two things that.
Yes, it is, Lord Mayor.
Okay, all right. No worries. So does anyone else want to speak on the amendment or the motion?
Sorry, I'd just like to add another point of clarification. Thank you, Lord Mayor. So this motion now, as it stands, pretty much includes point 2 of my previous motion and point 5 of my previous motion. Is that correct?
It hasn't been voted on yet, Councillor Sherlock. So
amendments been included.
If the amendments were,
Lord Mayor.
Yes,
Lord Mayor. As a matter of clarification, point 5 is not the subject of what we're talking about now. We were talking about point 1, and we were talking about a writing to the capital city Lord Mayors. That's the other one was all the mayors of all the various cities of Australia.
Okay, all right. No, I think I'm gonna.
Yeah, I think
I'm going to draw this to a close because I'm not sure we're getting. I think we should just vote on this proposed amendment from Councillor Dutta, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor, and then on the motion. So I am going to try and draw this to a close, just noting the time of the evening. So we've got a motion from Councillor Dutta, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor, which was to bring back in the statement about the economic importance of international students, economic and social importance, and I think an amendment to item 3 to write for the Lord Mayor to write to the capital city Lord, ask the capital city Lord Mayors to write as a group to the Prime Minister. Okay, so all those in favour? No, I'm not. No, I'm sorry. We're going to vote on it. It's time to vote on it. Okay, so all those in favour of Councillor Dutta's amendment?
No.
Oh, sorry, I've got to
Can't
do this. I'm
way.
sorry. Yeah, Deputy Lord Mayor, do you support the? Yes, you do. Because
in favour, yes.
Yes. Alderman Zuko.
No.
Alderman Briscoe.
My 2-minute rule should have been in earlier. Anyway, no, I don't support the amendment.
Alderman Sexton.
Against.
Alderman Thomas.
Against.
Councillor Harvey.
For.
Alderman Baracus.
Against, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta.
For.
Councillor Ewan.
For.
Councillor Sherlock,
For.
Councillor Coates,
Against.
and myself, I'm happy with those amendments.
Lord Mayor, that's a 6-6 vote, so it's lost.
Okay. All right, I'm going to put this unamended motion that we have before us. You can see up on the screen, and there's been no changes to this motion. No.
Lord Mayor, I thought there was a part 4 that was agreed to by the mover and the seconder.
University of Tasmania.
You're right. Thank you, Alderman Sexton. You're absolutely right. So we've got the additional part 4 about writing to the UTAS and others. And Alderman Thomas, you'd like to wrap up?
Yeah, just for a moment. Look, I'd just like to say I appreciate so much the contribution and the passion that's been shown throughout this evening on this issue. It's not an easy issue. They are our people in our community. They are somebody that we need to give support to. As I said before, I would very much like as close to a unanimous vote as possible, because at least it signals to the community that this issue is on our radar, and it will stay on our radar. And whilst we may not have gone that extra step, it is a first step, and it's a strong step that we're trying to make in this motion now.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Thomas. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Oh, sorry. I'm going to go around the room again. Deputy Lord Mayor, how do you vote?
For.
Alderman Zuko.
For.
Alderman Briscoe.
For.
Alderman Sexton.
For.
Alderman Thomas.
For.
Councillor Harvey.
For.
Alderman Barakis.
For.
Councillor Dutta.
Against.
Councillor Ewan.
For, but I'm not happy about it.
Councillor Sherlock.
For, but I'm not happy about it either.
Councillor Coates.
I'm quite happy and I vote for.
And myself, I vote for. Okay, so that's General Manager, that's passed.
It's carried, Lord Mayor, 11 votes to 1.
Okay, thank you. Now I am conscious of the time, but we are going to keep moving on. Now, this is a motion that I'm going to speak to, even though it's myself and Councillor Sherlock that put it on the agenda. So I'm going to ask the Deputy Lord Mayor just to take the chair while I speak to it.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I invite you to introduce 11.3 elected member allowances. And could we have the full screen up? Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. So this motion hasn't changed since the agenda. So it basically asks the council to do 3 things. Well, 2 things, but starting by that we are noting the financial hardship being experienced by many residents and Hobart businesses, and our own budget challenges as a result of this crisis, and that's pretty clear to everyone, I think. But the second item is to request that all elected members take a voluntary 20% reduction in their allowance for up to 6 months. And asks us to, the motion says that we encourage the General Manager to consider similar voluntary salary reductions for the executive leadership team of the city. So colleagues, this is what leadership looks like. At this time of crisis, this motion is about showing that we empathise with the pain of our community as they struggle with less income and less business. It shows with actions, not just words, that as city leaders we empathise, and we are also going to tighten our belts. I do acknowledge, and people have pointed out to me, that our allowances are relatively small and won't make a huge difference to our bottom line as a council. But as we all know from the discussion we've just had tonight, there are going to be some very challenging times ahead for our organisation. And by us as a group saying together that we are willing to tighten our belts, it does communicate very strongly to the organisation that we lead that we are also willing to share some of that financial pain. We can all do our bit to ensure that the council has the money to carry on, and that will come through our decisions, obviously. But through this, it is through more of a personal action. So it's a little bit different to just making a decision, because we can't expect the tough financial decisions to be made by the executive and the staff without us also showing that we're willing to share some burden. And we did make the decision about the $6 million that needs to be cut. The motion is very clearly voluntary, and we know that all of us are in different financial circumstances, but this gives enough room for every elected member to make a decision about what's right and what's practical for them. And the third part of the motion does focus on the executive team, and again, it simply encourages the voluntary action. It is not directive. And many company executives are taking voluntary reductions in their salaries as they lead their organisations through a period of financial difficulty. So this is unashamedly about us sending a message. It is a message as a group of leaders, and it is about setting an example to the community and other levels of government and to the organisation that we lead. And it's about sending a message that this motion, that we know that our organisation is in a difficult position and that we care about the future health of the organisation and our community. It does send a message that if each of us can take a little bit of burden to help, then we can get through this. The alternative being that with the message, not literally with just the salaries, but the message that if we don't all take a little bit of burden to deal with this, there could be a really massive change for business as usual for our city. So I do ask that as a team of community leaders, you support this motion. It does send an important message at this time. As I said, it is voluntary, but it does show that we are empathising with the significant financial difficulties we're facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, who seconded that motion? Who seconded it?
Councillor Sherlock, I think it was.
Well, we don't have one on the record, so it's Councillor Sherlock. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Sherlock.
Lord Mayor, sorry.
Would anybody like to speak to it? Yes.
Yeah, I do. Firstly, I want to ask a question through you to the General Manager. General Manager, can you please advise me, considering that this type of, the elected members have an opportunity under the section of the Act to provide a voluntary aspect to their allowance and donate or not take or whatever have you voluntary, can you please advise me until today how many elected members have taken a voluntary reduction in their allowance?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Look, as far as I'm aware, Chair, there's only been one.
Right, General Manager. Look, I know you cannot go anything and release anything under the Privacy Act, but I'm giving you authority to release the name if I'm on that list. Can you please advise me who the name is?
Through you, Chair, the one elected member who I've received a request from has been Alderman Zuko.
Okay, now, Lord Mayor, I'll start. You talk about leadership, what leadership looked like. Do you know what leadership looks like, Lord Mayor? On the 20th of March, I wrote to the General Manager on the 20th of March and asked the General Manager to stop paying my allowance to me. Then I spoke to Mr. Jackson and advised Mr. Jackson that I would like, after this is all over, that the allowance be utilised for businesses and charities around the city of Hobart. That is what leadership looks like, Lord Mayor. I voluntarily went down the track and gave up my whole entire allowance. And you talk about leadership. This is not leadership. This is embarrassment. This is mischief. I cannot believe that there are the two sections here of the Act. One is we cannot direct, which is two sections that the General Manager employs the staff, and elected members have already got the power to do so. You, Lord Mayor, and Councillor Sherlock, who have no idea about each and every one of our elected members' personal situations, and furthermore, I am fully aware that there are a number of aldermen elected members that already donate a fair bit of their contribution to organisations around this city. We do not have to be dictated. We do not have to be embarrassed in this type of manner. I could have put a notice of motion up on March 20th. I didn't, Lord Mayor, because I didn't want to embarrass any elected members. I didn't want to push the General Manager and put him in a position. I didn't want any of our senior staff or any staff member to be put in this position. Every elected member's got the right to do so. Talk about actions, not words. Well, I used actions, Lord Mayor. You are using words. Tighten the belt. When you prior to you becoming the Lord Mayor, you were on $36,000 a year as an elected member. Since then,
point of order.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, what's the point of order?
Chair, the accusations made against the leadership, I don't think that is addressing the motion. It's a personal statements made against someone in position of leadership. I think that is...
It's absolutely irrelevant to the motion.
The words used by the Lord Mayor were leaders, action, tighten the belt, communicate, send the message. And that's what I'm doing.
Sorry, Alderman Zuko, I'll make the decision, but thank you. Councillor Duttor, I take your point, but I don't think it's as personal as you're suggesting.
This is not personal. It's about the...
Go ahead, and you have 10 seconds.
Oh, come on. I have 10 seconds. I seek 2-minute extension, please.
I'll move that, Lord Mayor.
I second it.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So we seek an extension. Is there anybody against that for the purposes of going forward?
No.
Deputy Lord Mayor, I think there's actually still time for Alderman Zuko.
Chair, maybe I just might advise that Alderman Zuko has spent 2 minutes 41 seconds, so he's still got a fair bit of time left. So I'll call it when there's 30 seconds left, Lord Chairman.
Go ahead, Alderman.
In the previous motion, there were comments made about people that don't care or doesn't care. I care. I acted. But I don't want any elected member to be forced into a position to do something for their community, because I believe a number of you already do so with your allowances. I think it's absolutely absurd that our elected members are being embarrassed this way. I just cannot believe it. The Lord Mayor's remuneration.
Point of order, Deputy.
What's your point of order, Lord Mayor?
Oh, look, I think I'm being misrepresented during the debate, which is a point of order. I'm being misrepresented that I'm forcing people when the motion clearly says that this is voluntary.
I'll retract the word forcing. I'll retract the word forcing because the Lord Mayor cannot force his right. Okay, but the Lord Mayor, if you look at the Act and what the Lord Mayor's remuneration is, $70,000 of that remuneration is for civic duties. How many civic duties are we doing at the moment? Now, I just find it absolutely, I'm dumbfounded by this. I'm absolutely so wild, it's unbelievable that someone is going to tell me or any of our elected members that they have to show leadership. Tighten their belts, action of words, send a message. You know what? You know why I decided to go down the track of making sure that the money goes towards business recovery and charities after thing? Because I didn't want it to go into consolidated revenue. I wanted to help organisations that needed it. And now I'm going to talk about a personal note. And as I said, the Lord Mayor at the last election was earning $36,000. Since the election, the Lord Mayor's salary is now over $130,000. Well, you know what? Personally, I have lost already $150,000 in my personal business over the last few months and coming forward, but I still personally gave away my allowance. That's leadership, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Zuko. Any further comments?
Acting Chair or Chair, acknowledging the
Yes, Alderman Briscoe, go ahead.
I didn't hear it. Right, okay, thank you. Look, it's unfortunate that this motion has come forward in this manner. And I say that sadly because I read about it in the paper about a week ago. Leaders in the past leaders I've served under usually ring round and say, look, we're thinking about making a gesture of requesting or asking a voluntary contribution or decrease. But I read in the paper. I was astounded. I read in the paper. And then I saw part of the motion was asking our director and general manager or the ELT to take again a decrease in their salary. All of them are on contracts. And again, to read in the paper, it is most unfortunate. It is sad that we've got to the stage that for a political gesture, that it's got to a motion that we are debating here tonight. And if the general manager has said, look, we're in a severe situation, we've got to make cuts all round, it may be that we do cut the executive salaries, and maybe the councillors should consider cutting their allowance. But to have it as a political statement, that it's almost like wedging it. Like Marty, I don't want to go too much into my personal details, but a considerable portion of my retirement income is zero. I've also lost superannuation. I suppose in a way, all of us around the table, except perhaps you, Lord Mayor, who may not have another source of income, have lost income. We are suffering. We're part of the community. We are suffering. I've lost the opportunity to do relief work for at least 6 months, I presume, while everyone's online. So I found it was offensive that this motion came up saying we've got to suffer like the community. We are suffering. We are all suffering. Perhaps you are not, Lord Mayor, but I know that other aldermen and elected members are suffering. We are suffering. To suggest in the months to come, in a previous debate, we said the hard work we've got to do in the next couple of years is hard work. It's not, it's really going to be really serious decision making. We have to be involved in workshops. We have to go far, and to suggest that we're not worth a few, the allowance we get is maybe generous for you, Lord Mayor, and the Deputy Lord Mayor. It's certainly not generous for elected members. I do donate, and I have increased my donation to charitable organisations, even though, as like Alderman Zuko, by saying that I have to reduce my allowance means I have to reduce the ability to be able to give more funds to charitable organisations around the town. Now, I don't think the motion should have been accepted, in my view, especially the part where it suggests that putting pressure on our employees, our top employees, to reduce their income. Now, I think it's the worst motion I've ever seen in 26 years. 26 years is the worst motion. No, we didn't know about it. You may have known about it. Councillor Sherlock may have known about it, and a few other may have known about it, but I read it in the paper. I thought that was dreadful. And if I choose to give money to charities, that's my business, not your business. And I think it's we have argued the case for allowance in front of the Industrial Commission. If you think, Lord Mayor, we don't deserve an allowance, you take a case before the Industrial Commission and get it.
Point of order, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, what's your point of order?
My point of order is that once again, I'm being misrepresented. I'm being talked about forcing people, and I should take a case to the Industrial Commission because I'm talking about people reducing. This is a voluntary step that I'm proposing, so I'm being misrepresented by Alderman Briscoe.
Alderman Briscoe, can you withdraw that reference?
What reference?
In relation to, well, for misrepresenting the Lord Mayor.
I haven't misrepresented the Lord Mayor.
You've talked about me forcing people to.
You have wedged us in the media. You've wedged us with this.
That's an interpretation.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. Alderman Briscoe, can you withdraw that, please?
Withdraw what?
Withdraw the inference that you're misrepresenting the Lord Mayor.
Look, I'm very sorry that I was expressing a personal view that I expressed when I read in the media that she was bringing this motion before her and Councillor Sherlock, and I can't withdraw that because that's the truth. I was upset.
Please.
So,
all right. Well, I'll have somebody else speak in that case.
I know I've still got no time left.
Well,
What time? How much time have I got left?
Order, please. I've got a point of order.
General Manager, I've ruled on a point of order, and I'm not having the joy that I probably should be having.
Well, can I get a point of clarification, please?
Sorry to interrupt. Your ruling on a point of order, Chair, is final. Alderman Briscoe has spent 4 minutes and 11 seconds.
Can I get a point of clarification?
Well, I'm just all right, Alderman Zuko.
Look, Deputy, can you just clarify the actual words that Alderman Briscoe used and the actual words that you're asking him to withdraw? Because I'm actually confused about what you're asking him to do.
Yes, that was my understanding too. I couldn't understand.
My point of order.
Just let me know the words.
My point of order was that I was being misrepresented in the debate with Alderman Briscoe suggesting I was forcing people, and I was arguing that we shouldn't be paid what we paid under the, and that we'd argued under from the Remuneration Tribunal. None of that is anything in what I've said or in the debate.
Thank you. Look, Alderman Briscoe.
Deputy Lord Mayor, I can withdraw the word forcing. Yes.
Right. So you have a few more seconds to go. So if you'd like to finish what you're saying, thank you.
Thank you. Now, the way forward would be for the Lord Mayor and Councillor Sherlock to withdraw the motion and reconsider it.
Thank you. Further discussion.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, sorry, Deputy Lord Mayor, am I allowed to speak to this motion because I seconded it, or can I make a comment?
Most certainly.
Right. So just a few questions just to clarify. Lord Mayor, or maybe the General Manager knows, was this motion actually put up on the hub, or did the Lord Mayor send around any information about this? Maybe the Lord Mayor can answer it.
General Manager in the first instance.
Look, I don't really have anything to add. Maybe the Lord Mayor might need to answer that question, Chair.
Okay, Lord Mayor.
Yeah, look, I have. It's been on the agenda for more than a week, probably 10 days. And it certainly, I did send it round to elected members. And I've also had some contact by SMS with providing some additional information, but I didn't really hear back from many elected members.
Just point of clarification, Lord Mayor, I only read it in the newspaper. I never got no email or anything.
All right, thank you. Go on, Councillor Sherlock.
Yeah, look, I think if I had actually spoken to the Lord Mayor about including the words depending on individual personal circumstance, but unfortunately, as the way procedure goes, it had already been put in, so we couldn't add that. And so perhaps people might want to actually add that at point number 2. And most certainly, I would like to make a note that in no way was it supposed to be disrespectful to anybody. It was not supposed to be something that was offensive in any way. This is something that we thought might actually be something we could do together. Now, if people don't feel that way, that's okay. We can disagree and we can agree to disagree, and that is okay. But what we can also do is perhaps change things. As we've learned from the last motion that came up with regards to international students, we can change things. We can change something into something completely different that actually just reflects what was just stated. But if you want to add a few things, if you want to add the fact that it will be different for certain members, then put that in, depending on people's personal situations at point 2. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. And there was most certainly no intention on the part of the Lord Mayor to invoke those kinds of feelings that Alderman Briscoe has seemed to imply, or has most genuinely felt as he has so explained. And that was not the intention of the motion at all.
Any further?
Lord Mayor, I'd like to ask a question of the General Manager, please.
Alderman Zuko.
General Manager, Councillor Sherlock just mentioned that she didn't have time to change the motion. Under the manner that could the Lord Mayor and Councillor Sherlock change the motion before they put the motion tonight?
General Manager.
Look, the short answer to that question, Chair, is yes, they can. In fact, there was evidence of that tonight, I suppose, with the earlier item on the international students. So the proponents own the motion until such time as it's resolved by Council.
Well, Councillor Sherlock, your comments were disingenuous. Now we're even for the night.
Look, can I...
Lord Mayor,
a point of clarification, Deputy Lord Mayor, sorry.
Well,
I'm really offended by that comment. It really wasn't at all. So,
okay. Now, before anybody says anything else, can we please, I know it's getting late in the day, but can we please just have a respectful discussion, whether we agree or disagree with the motion before us? Please remember that we should be treating each other respectfully. So, Lord Mayor.
Oh, look, I just wanted, on a point of clarification, look, I think it's a small point. It was literally just a sort of timing thing with with Councillor Sherlock and our conversation. We put it into the rationale, that it was very clear in the rationale that it said that recognising that this is a voluntary step because the allowance payable to elected members is set by the state government. It is also an amount that elected members depend on to a greater or lesser degree for their weekly household income. So that was in the rationale. It had gone into the General Manager to be published, and so it just didn't get around to it. We can put it in, but it's in that it's in the rationale for the motion that this is meant to be something that is up to each elected member to make a decision on, and I congratulate Alderman Zuko for the decision he's already made.
Thank you. Now, is there any further discussion?
Deputy, it's
Alderman Sexton.
Hi. Yeah, look, I'm not going to support the motion. I think for 4 reasons. I think it's unnecessary, as we already have heard, that there's an ability to voluntarily discount our allowance under the Local Government Act now. Secondly, I cannot and would not support any motion that makes any suggestion whatsoever that our officers, our senior officers, who we've all spent most of the night praising for the amount of good and hard work they've done, and now we're trying to say to them, oh, but despite the fact that you've worked your guts out for us and we know you're going to go through the most torrid time of your careers in the next 6 to 12 months, we want to whack you for 20%. I'm sorry, I cannot support under any circumstances a motion that even suggests that. We've also acknowledged that it may be more difficult for some elected members than others to take a reduction, and the problem is all of our salaries that we receive are published. So it can't be private. It may be voluntary, but it is not private. Anybody can look at what people have been paid, and they can see whether they've taken a discount or not. And finally, as has already been said, a number of us, and certainly I have for over 20 years, or 20 years, been donating a part of my allowance to various organisations, mainly in the creative industries and the arts. And I want to continue to do that. If I give away 20%, then that money will go into a hole somewhere. I'll have absolutely no way of determining exactly how it's spent. And I can do that myself, and will continue to do that myself. And I don't need anybody else to be telling me that I should be supporting the community at a time of need. The people that I support are going to need my support more in the next 6 to 12 months, or maybe longer, than they ever have. So I will continue to do what I have already done, and I will be voting against this motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Chair, I've got a question for the General Manager.
Alderman Barakis.
Thank you. General Manager, is it true that I think it was a few months ago, I can't remember the exact date or the exact meeting, when we were debating the travel and sister city entitlements as far as what we get when we're traveling across and how much we're going to get and et cetera, et cetera. It was, from memory, was it determined by council that in the interest of avoiding politicising what should be a function of us continuing our relationship with sister cities, to avoid politicising that it should be assessed and recommended by an outside body rather than the council determining it themselves?
General Manager.
Thank you, Chair. I think the actual decision was to refer it to the council's risk and audit panel for some guidance. So, and we're still waiting for that report to come back to council, Chair. But look, yeah, it was referred to the council's risk and audit panel, Chair.
Thank you, General Manager. Now, look, I think that's just in the past we've referred the matter of allowances to the risk and audit panel to avoid politicising the matter of allowances, the matter of entitlements, because there is always the risk of people wanting to use the issue as a political football to cut allowances or cut entitlements or whatever have you. And I understand this motion is a motion to encourage or recommend rather than to force anything. But this to me, and I think Alderman Zuko made the point very succinctly, but this is wedge politics at its worst. This is, everyone on the council has varying capacities and varying financial situations. Some, like Alderman Zuko, who's commendably given up his salary because he can afford to do so, but not everyone on the council is in the same spot. And for the wedge politics, and I understand that this isn't demanding that we do anything, but to make the public statements and to put these motions and put the onus on all elected members and also staff members, and I agree with what Alderman Sexton said, that it's a bit outrageous to be expecting or even asking the ELT or the general manager or any of the other staff members to even think about reducing their pay at a time when they're probably facing the toughest conditions they've faced in a long time, whether it's workload or whether it's their own financial circumstances. But I think if people were being genuine with this motion, they would have already volunteered part of or whatever section of their salary that they were comfortable of volunteering away. But I think it is very, very telling that the only person to do so is elected member who said nothing about this publicly up until now. Because the intention of this and the intention of as Alderman Zuko said, what real leadership is to do the right thing and not use it as a football. But we have the motion in front of us right now, and the reality is we need to think about what's actually the practical benefits that we can give to the city with this. There's a lot of talk about leadership, but there hasn't been much in the way of people talking about leadership, putting forward motions that are actually going to impact on the residents and the ratepayers of the city. It is very much a virtue signalling motion. It's a wedge politics motion. I won't be supporting it because I think if people were actually genuine about their views on this issue, they would have already volunteered their salaries. I think if we wanted to play wedge politics, I would have been happy to move a motion suggesting that the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Lord Mayor and every elected member here should give up their travel entitlements and not go on overseas trips talking about climate change or whatever. But I think that would be a waste of time. I think it'd be a silly motion to do, and I think this is as well.
Thanks for that, Alderman Barakis. Any other comments?
I have a few questions.
Far away.
A question to the Lord Mayor. What was the intention of bringing this motion to council?
The intention, Councillor Dutta, was what I outlined in my opening, that I thought that we could at this time as a group make a decision that we would do our own bit as a team to reduce our allowances. I was aware that the City of Adelaide had done something very similar, although it was actually stronger in terms of its message on the staff, and I did soften that a bit, or quite a bit. But they passed that unanimously. I saw another couple of councils do the same sort of thing. So I must admit I didn't at all envisage that people would be so cross about it. So it was meant to be for us to, quite the contrary of wedge politics, for us to actually do something that we could all make a voluntary stance together based on our own our own circumstances, but to send that message. But clearly some people have taken it quite a different way.
Teamwork is about working with everybody in the first instance.
I have a further question.
Go ahead.
The next question is there any way in this motion, I have difficulty finding any element or feature of forcing or being compulsory. Is there anything there that I'm not reading it right? Are you forcing this onto us?
No, it is there. It is there as a request and an encouragement, but no, there is no forcing at all. And if it doesn't get up tonight, then yes, of course, everyone can make their own decision. But I guess there is some public benefit as a team to say to our community, we're doing this. But other people may obviously do see that differently.
Anything further?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to now make a number of comments. There are a number of points that have been made, and I personally think that the Lord Mayor is really playing a very positive role in her capacity as the leader, and I want to make that statement very clearly. The other observations I make is this, that we have a alderman who has voluntarily, we have heard tonight, given his allowance and have forfeited that. Number of others have done the same. I do the same, but I don't have to tell people, nor do I want someone else to distribute what I get to others. I also run a small business, and my business has gone down considerably, nearly 70%. I can go on about that, but that is not the issue here. We all suffer to some extent. The issue for me is that this is a collective, a team effort of trying to put together something. That's how I read it. I don't see this as the worst motion I have ever come across in my nearly 18 months, which is a very short period. I think the important issue for me is this, that it is not forced upon me. It is not compulsory, but I have the right to choose either to go along with it or not. I can take my allowance and give it to whoever I want, which I am doing and will continue to do, and others do it differently. But here, for me, what I understand, the intention was for us to come together and see if we can take a position on this. And so for that, I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dutta. Any further comments?
Deputy Lord Mayor, can I just, in recognition of what Councillor Dutta's just said, I wonder whether whether Councillor Sherlock would agree that at the beginning of 2, we add acknowledging the contributions that some elected members have already made, requests that all elected members take a voluntary 20% reduction. So that would acknowledge the things that people say they're already doing, and not, I guess, to give them due recognition, which it seems as though some people feel has not been given, that their existing contributions are already there.
Point of order.
Councillor Sherlock, do you accept that?
So I think it's point of order I'd call.
I'll take it in a moment.
No, you can't take it. You've got to take it straight away, Acting Chair.
Oh, thank you for telling me. Okay, what's your point of order?
The order is that the Lord Mayor has had another speech, and therefore she's already spoken once. We've got to follow a procedure here, otherwise, if the Lord Mayor wants to speak, she'll speak, and it appears like that's the case. So the point of order is that we're not following procedure in allowing people to speak in turn, and once only.
Sorry, just a point of clarification on what Alderman Briscoe has said. Had she spoken already?
I think you've got a rule on the point of order.
Sorry. Yeah, I do. But I took that as a question to Councillor Sherlock. So just to try and work through this, so I don't take it as a point of order. Councillor Sherlock.
Yeah, it was just more of a question to say, did she already speak? So I'm addressing the point of order. Did she already speak? I thought
I've made a decision on the point of order. I think the question to you was, do you accept that change to the motion? Righto, so we have the motion before us, and I might just make some comments if there's nobody else who wants to speak. Oh, Councillor Harvey, go ahead.
Yeah, look, I received the motion in the good intent it was put forward by the Lord Mayor and Sherlock. I think there's been a really heated and unnecessary debate. I think it could have been handled a lot better by the elected representatives. I don't think we needed to take it to the levels we did. I won't be supporting the motion for the same reason that a number of people have mentioned, in that I've already allocated much of my allowance to the projects and to the organisations that I've supported and have supported for many years. So therefore, I won't support the motion, because I'd rather have my own control over how I allocate my own resources. So, but I appreciate the motion that's come to council. I think it probably could have been all handled in a more in a different way, so we didn't end up with such a heated debate tonight, which I think was completely unnecessary, and people didn't need to get overly fired up, because I think that doesn't show much. I think it loses a little bit of dignity in my mind. I think we could have handled it much more, without the heated, and anxiety that it's causing us here. So anyway, but I'll be voting against the motion, because I'm happy with the way I allocate my resources. But I do appreciate the effort made by the mover and the seconder of the motion. I do get it. It would have been, had it have happened in a different way, it might have come out with a different result. Other councils have done this, I understand, and they did it unanimously, as I've heard tonight. So good on them. We're not at that stage. So anyway, I will put the vote soon.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. I might just respond to the motion. Look, I believe that the intention is admirable, but it is a matter of, in this sort of situation, to bring the council along. Now, we've had various motions this evening where there has been quite a lot of discussion behind the scenes on motions that I haven't even seen or heard about until the notice of a motion has appeared on the agenda. So, it cuts both ways. If you want support, it's sometimes better to talk amongst your colleagues, whether you agree politically with them or not, to gain that support. So it's not just on this motion that we have before us, but it's getting a collegial approach to these really important issues that are before us, particularly in the midst of a pandemic. I have, as has been raised, I have concerns with the intention to suggest that members of the executive leadership team should be doing the same. It's really important when we provide leadership to have everybody making those decisions and being in control of those decisions. And unfortunately, whilst I understand the intent of the motion, I think it lacks that collegiality and responsiveness to the concerns that are just beneath the surface in this. So I don't think it behoves us to criticise each other in necessarily the way that we might have tonight during this motion, but I think the intention is good, but it's not something that I feel that I can support in its current form. Perhaps if we have more discussion around it, then I would be happy to do so. So Lord Mayor, would you like to sum up before we put the vote?
Yes, I would like to sum up, Lord Mayor, just because, you know, there has been it has generated a level of debate and anxiety that I hadn't anticipated, and I am sorry if people took this personally. There was, you know, people were very. A couple of elected members were clearly very angry about this. I did attempt to talk to them about this, but you know, it's sometimes those communication channels aren't working the way they ideally would be in the way the group is at the moment. But by no means did I mean to cause offence or to create someone being so wild about it. I dispute the idea that this was wedge politics. I think that was said several times because it really, there was no intention for that to be the case at all. And it is disappointing, but as has been noted, the debate, the idea has been suggested. I'll certainly be looking to do this myself, but of course it is, you know, if this doesn't get up, that's we've discussed it, and maybe it can be talked about again in the context of the estimates process, which are going to be very tough, as I think we've all recognised tonight. So yeah. In summary, as I said, I think it's could have been a good way for us to send a message to the community. Clearly, it has upset some people, and I'm sorry that it has. Yeah, I think this is something that many cities around the world are currently doing, and I had no idea that it would generate such offence. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, I'll put it to the vote, and I'll start with you, Lord Mayor, and I'll finish the vote, but otherwise we'll be in the same order. So, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, are you voting for or against?
For.
Alderman Zuko?
No anxiety, against.
Alderman Briscoe?
No anxiety, no anger, against.
Can we just have the vote, please, for or against? Thank you. Alderman Sexton?
Against.
Thank you. Alderman Thomas?
Against.
Councillor Harvey?
Thank you. Against?
Thank you. Alderman Barakis?
Against.
Councillor Dutta?
For.
Councillor Ewan?
For.
Councillor Sherlock?
For.
Councillor Coates?
Against.
And I'll vote against as well. So, General Manager?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's lost 4 votes to 8.
Thank you. I'll give the chair back to the Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy. So we'll now move on to 11.4, which I think Alderman Barakis, you wanted to withdraw that.
Yes, Lord Mayor, I believe it's redundant now.
Seconder.
Seconder, happy with that?
Seconder.
Who was it?
Was there a seconder?
Oh, seconded by
There was no
Deputy Lord Mayor
seconder.
to withdraw it.
I'll second it.
Okay, so that's who would, I'll just go around and see if I've got some echo, sorry. I'll just go around and see if your vote on the withdrawal of this motion, Deputy Lord Mayor.
For.
Alderman Zuko.
For.
Alderman Briscoe.
For.
Alderman Briscoe. Alderman Sexton.
For.
Alderman Thomas.
For.
Councillor Harvey.
For.
Alderman Barakis.
For.
Councillor Dutta.
For.
Councillor Ewan.
For.
Councillor Sherlock.
For.
Councillor Coates.
For.
And myself for. So that motion has been withdrawn. Okay, we're moving on to the Community Life Division, item 12, a review of the Salamanca Market Bylaw. I'll invite Councillor Sherlock to move this motion.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll give a quick summary and then move the motion if that's okay. Oh, wait. Can you hear me? Is that all right?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, go ahead.
So yeah, the Salamanca Market Bylaw review. The current Salamanca Market Bylaw number 1 of 2010 expires on the 26th of May 2020, and the Salamanca Market Bylaw manages and controls conduct on site, including buskers, stallholders, tour groups, waste disposal, noise and parking on site. A new draft bylaw has been prepared, which I'm sure everybody's had a look at, and eliminates duplication with other legislation, uses more contemporary language and has consistency with existing City of Hobart bylaws. After the draft bylaw has been approved by Council, a comprehensive consultation process will be undertaken by officers, and this consultation is pre-statutory and helps the Council prepare its regulatory impact statement. Any amendments will be made to the draft bylaw and brought back to Council for consideration, and the new bylaw will have a life of 10 years. And so I put the motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Seconded by Alderman Thomas. Any discussion? No discussion on this item. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. I now need a motion to move into the closed portion of the meeting.
Lord Mayor, do you want to put that in the same way as you have before?
Oh, yeah. All right.
Anyone against?
Is there anyone against that motion?
Sorry, what was that? What was the motion?
The Salamanca bylaw.
No. I think we've got to do a vote, please.
Oh, you still want to do the vote? Okay, I'll go around. Deputy Lord Mayor.
For.
Alderman Zuko. Alderman Zuko.
For.
Alderman Briscoe.
For.
Alderman Sexton.
For.
Alderman Thomas.
For.
Councillor Harvey.
For.
Alderman Briscoe.
Do I vote twice?
Oh, sorry, Alderman Barakis.
For, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Dutta.
For.
Councillor Ewan.
For.
Councillor Sherlock.
For.
Councillor Coates.
For.
And myself, that's fine. I'm for. You're right. That's unanimous. I think we need the motion to move into the closed. Would someone like to move that? Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Dutta, that we move into the closed portion of the meeting. We'll vote on that again. I'll go round. So all those in favour of going to the closed, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Aye.
Alderman Zuko.
Aye.
Alderman Briscoe.
Aye.
Alderman Sexton.
Aye.
Alderman Thomas.
Aye.
Councillor Harvey.
For.
Alderman Barakis. Councillor Dutta.
For.
Councillor Ewan.
For.
Councillor Sherlock.
For.
Councillor Coates.
For.
And myself for. Okay, it's unanimous. So we're going to move into the closed portion of the meeting, and